So what happened was when it come to, let me see, I'm getting
we just started streaming on YouTube.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So what happens with the Airbnbs is Leo and I now have 4 together. And they're so much fun. So in other words, we're going to show you how to buy houses. And then after you buy them, this is our business model. After we buy them and they work for multiple exit strategies, we go, oh, wait a second. The best cash flow we can get is by turning this thing into a short-term rental, into an Airbnb, a nightly rental of some sort. So we have 4 short-term rentals and more on that, but houses that we use for those purposes. Now, after that, we're going to delve. Well, go ahead and tell them about the last segment of the day before I get into tomorrow, Leo.
Absolutely. So we'll talk about 2 more things in the final part of the day. And we saved the best for last because we want you to be here with us the whole time. We want you to learn all the nitty gritty, the great information, and we want to end it off with a bang as always. And as you can see, something called CTG is there. And CTG,
who knows what CTG means? Type it in the chat.
I'll give you guys 10 seconds. It actually takes 10 seconds to type it for some people. So CTG means creative transaction genius. And that is what I believe that you were able to transform me into, because when you taught me this, everything I look at, whether it comes to people, whether it comes to real estate houses, businesses, I go into a restaurant, I have this, it's like bionic glasses. Like I turn them on, I just see the whole world. How can I make money here? Oh, how can I do this? How can I invest this? Get a 15% return on my money here. I just have this new mindset with everything I look at, even here, right? And that was the CTG mindset that you were able to transform into me just from bringing up that what we're going to bring up today. Yeah. Like in the 30 minutes that we're going to talk about today is what you were able to give me. And of course, I practiced it. I practiced it every day. And now everything I look at, I have this creative view of how I can transform my life. How can I add more revenue into the company? How can I add more income streams where now there's no financial stress? Absolutely. Because of this mindset. So that's one thing we're going to go over. The next thing we're going to go over is crafting. Okay. Crafting that life that you want to be living. And I don't want to say it in a way where you'll be living in 5 years, 10 years. I want you to craft the life that you're going to live this year, today. Because there's some slight changes that we've figured out. We've talked to some of the most amazing people, huge CEOs, and we've asked this question, but there's some slight changes that you can make in your life today to be able to start getting towards that dream life. And now adding in what we're going to teach you and help you implement is going to help bring the financial success, bring the abundance, bring the relationships, bring the spiritual success, all this self-growth for you to now every day be able to say, hey, I am living my dream life. So CTG, dream life, put it together. Are you guys excited for that? Are you excited, Andrew? I know you're excited.
I am pumped.
You love
Type it in the chat if you're excited. Yes.
Just type yes. I want to see the excitement before we go in, because this is, guys, we are giving you guys energy. All right, we're pumping it out to you guys. I just want to get a little bit back. You know,
we got the yeses coming. We got the yeses coming.
This is like a treadmill. Yes. We're like on a treadmill all day because we're moving around, we're talking, we're producing energy. I just want to give just give us a little bit back. Okay, there you guys are. Awesome.
They're coming.
Awesome.
They're coming. Yeah.
And yep. I want to bring one thing up, Andrew, and it's about community. Because you helped me understand that having the right people around us is the #1 thing that's going to make us successful.
Yes.
We could learn everything that we're learning today. We can spend the next 2 years educating ourselves and know everything about real estate. And we can implement, we can try this, we can do a few deals. But what really helped me, and I know a lot of people around me in my life, what helped us so much is the fact that we had a community.
Absolutely.
I could see, for example, like Glenn and Carrie are doing amazing. Their family's doing awesome. They're doing deals. Right? When I need something, I go to them. Right? Or I can see my friends over here doing deals, or they're going through a struggling time, and I can help them out. Right? Or wow, I can look up to somebody who's doing 10 deals a month. Do I want to get there? Let me interview that person. But now I have access to that person. Right? And you taught me the importance of community and having this type of environment around me, where now the 5 people that I'm closest to are not my old high school friends who aren't doing anything with their lives. God bless them. But now the 5 people around me are incredible business owners, are people who are bringing in 6 figures a month. People who are doing amazing things, amazing fathers, amazing mothers, people who are building a legacy. Those are the people that are around me when I look around.
Special.
And that's what you were able to teach me with community. And we wanted to be able to provide that to you guys. And I'm so happy to the plenty of you on here who already took action on that and who are now a part of that community. Right?
Yes.
Part of that sectioned off community that we've been able to create just for you guys here. And I want to still give that opportunity to you guys, but why don't you talk a little bit about what that is and what that entails?
Yeah. So actually, we've already gotten several questions about it. So Paul, if you could tap that link into the chat for us. Several of you already signed up for the VIP. It's a VIP upgrade. This is a free summit. We're delivering massive value to you the next 2 days for absolutely free. And some of you are action takers and saw the opportunity and jumped on it. There's still, I think, 4 spots left or 5 in the VIP. And so Paul's putting that in. And what a VIP summit attendee is or gets or receives, number one, is Leo and I spending an hour with you tomorrow after the event, a very intimate Zoom session with us, myself, Leo, after the event, hanging out, answering your questions. It's like a mini mastermind segment. There'll be, I think we had opened up 15 spaces. So it'll be about 15 of you on with us. And so there's, like I said, I think there's 4 spots left. So we opened up those spaces. You're going to be on with us. Leo and I are going to be answering your questions. So that alone is worth 10x, 20x what you pay. And we are also sending you a recording of this Zoom, of this webinar, of this training. And then you're going to also get access to what we call the ReLU network. In other words, what happens is there is a network of people, and you're going to get to test it out with us. And you're going to spend time with the action takers who are doing massive amounts of deals. Leo, myself, our other students who are massive action takers, networking and sharing. So those are 3 of the top benefits you're going to get. There's some other surprises going to get thrown in because I like to surprise our action takers. So 4 spots left. You know who you are. Get the link and get in if you know that is what you need to make sure that you are taking full opportunity of this moment. So any more on that before we move on to the next segment?
Yeah, you know what's crazy?
What's that?
That right there is the cost of a dinner.
Yeah.
Going to a nice little steakhouse, getting 2 steaks. And when I started, like that, if I saw that right there, I would have thrown myself at it, because I just want to explain to you is the community that we have here today and the people, the caliber of the people that we have. It just blows my mind that it costs 2 steaks. You know,
yeah.
I'm happy.
One nice steak.
Yeah, exactly. One nice thing. Where you go, the places that you go. But I'm excited. I'm just so blessed that we are able to be here today and have Zoom, have healthy lives, and the ability to breathe. Just people come on here today. I'm just so grateful, and I'm just stoked for today.
Yes. So we're gonna have an amazing time. And we're thrilled. We've got some special action-packed time with you tomorrow. So for those of you who know that's what you want and need, Relu network of amazing people, VIP session tomorrow night with Leo and I and about 14, 15 other action takers. And then last but not least, a recording of this event to share with your team, your friends, whoever, and rewatch it yourself and take lots more notes and some other surprises. Good stuff. All right. That's day one. I hope you guys got notebooks ready because I know I do. That's day one. Day two, we're coming back. After we have built out your plan and jam-packed this day one with amazing information for you guys, we are coming back and we are starting to talk about your dream life. Starting to talk about you building what you want. So first thing we come back, Leo is going to be sharing with you about the morning routine. He got me started on that, dropped 45 pounds and got me in the best shape of my life. Thank you, brother. And he's going to talk a little bit about not just your physical, though, talk about the mental, because that's the main thing. The physical is has to be taken care of. Yes. And what affects the physical is where our mind is. Are we able to be disciplined? Are we able to drink plenty of water? Are we able to do these things? So getting the mindset right to get actions done, because quite frankly, if you feel like crap, business sucks. So we want you feeling good. We want you feeling good every morning, getting up on a routine, however much. I know there's some people I work with have health challenges, and the routine don't have to be nothing crazy. It may be waking up, saying a prayer, meditating, reading, drinking a bottle of water, and walking for 10 minutes. It can be as small or as much as you want. So Leo's going to share with you some amazing details around that. We're going to be talking about your freedom life, how to make sure that you are utilizing this business as a tool to support you. I don't want you supporting this business. I don't want it to be a time-sucking, money-sucking, mentally draining machine. I want it to be an amazing business that dumps cash to you every single month and builds your long-term cash flow and wealth. Then we're going to take a break. We're coming back. And after in the second segment of this, as a second day, we're talking about building your dream team and building your dream culture. Then I'm going to talk to you about the opportunity to have us to train your team for you. Talk to you about the opportunity to come spend 3 days with Leo and I in beautiful Orlando, Florida. And we're going to offer you a very special deal on that. And yes, that means we're going to sell you something. And then right around that time, we're doing the giveaway. So our shameless bribe is that you'll be here. And next, we are going on a lunch break for Leo, a mid-afternoon break for me. And we are coming back, and Leo's going to talk to you about the 7 categories of life, making sure you live the balanced life. And well, before I go on to the next segment, you want to share a little bit more on that real quick?
Yeah. And so day 2 is all about automation, right? Because we talk about freedom life, building this amazing dream life that you're going to have. How do you do that if you're the one constantly working in the business 20 hours a day? So what we talk about is how to automate the business, how to find amazing people who want to work with an amazing company that you have, that you're creating, right? Because the company, it comes from the values that me and Andrew have: generosity, right? Of giving, of community, communication, vision, creating greatness and excellence, and producing excellence within us, but then producing excellence within other people. So then we have been able to find amazing team members who want to join that type of community with amazing values. But now we're able to create this company where it's automated. It's being done, right? Everyone's happy. Everyone's creating something greater. And now for me and Andrew as the CEOs, we're able to work on higher level projects. We're able to go raise private money when we want to. The things we love to do as high achievers, as CEOs, we love to travel and go see new Airbnbs in Mexico, right? Or we love to go to these luxury dinners and raise private money so we can build the company. And for many of you high achievers, it's the same thing. You want to be able to do those things. You don't want to be back in the office, right? Doing the paperwork. There's people who love to do that. For myself, and maybe for some of you, that might not be the part of the real estate that you want to be doing. So when it comes to the freedom life, when it comes to the dream life, it's defining what it is. And that's what we're going to help you do. And then it's how to build that team. We're not just going to tell you to build a team. We're going to teach you how to build that team and also provide opportunity where me and Andrew, we've been doing it for a while. We've been able to have an awesome team, give you the exact blueprint and have us help you build that team, right? Doing the interviews, seeing what that whole process looks like, personality tests, right? A virtual assistant to take 8+ hours off your plate. Like that's a whole sermon we can go into. But let me not get ahead of myself. I don't want to jump into day 2 because I'm going to make you guys come there. So the 7 categories of life is something that we're going to go over tomorrow. And this encapsulates the whole person.
Absolutely.
You taught this, Andrew, and your mentor taught you this. And it's something that we have found in just very few amount of people. Like very, very, very few amount of people have this figured out. And we haven't figured it all out either. Of course.
We're forever students.
Forever students. But we've been able to be given the information and be able to given the new perspective of life of these 7 categories. 7 categories including relationships, including your business, your finances, with spirituality, right? With self-growth and education, with health and fitness. These categories that we forget about when we start our company, because now we're just so focused on the business, right? And we're creating this business, we're working all day to create it, but we forget about the other 6 categories of life. Now our relationships are falling behind. Even our finances are falling behind, funny enough, right? Our health and fitness, our health is declining. Our fitness, we're not looking our best. We're getting a little bit of a gut. You know, all these things start to happen and they start to tear you down in the business. And everything is like a scale. When your business goes down, you start to lose confidence, start to lose attention and focus. So guess what? Your health and fitness is also going to go down. When your health and fitness goes down, you don't feel good. So your spirituality, you're not using time to talk to God or talk to yourself. So that's going to go down too. And when that goes down, business is going to go down as well. Everything starts to fall. What we've been able to understand, and that what we're going to teach you on day 2, is how to keep them balanced. And as you raise one, the other one raises. But as you raise, as soon as this raises, this goes up too. Your health and fitness goes up. Then your business goes up. Then your spirituality goes up. So these 2 days, we're going to increase at least 4 out of 7 of those bars for you. But when you raise 4 of those bars, the other 3 go up too. So that's what this summit is about.
Absolutely. That's amazing. And I love sharing that. And I love hearing you share that because it's so powerful. And, I hear people all the time who love that part. And then occasionally I hear somebody say, my only challenge is I need more money. And my response is always the same. And that is, if we get the categories all corrected, then we have the balanced life. I really thought in the beginning that I know money solves most challenges, and it does. And, I could have had the most fit body and still would have been as broke as the day is long, except when I started getting money, when this wasn't right, my money came back down to catch up with this, with my mindset. And so to have all categories rising simultaneously, and maybe impossible or feel impossible to have them all rising equally at the same time, except as Leo just said, as these are fixed and rise, the others begin to catch up with them. So that's a very powerful, powerful segment. And that goes right into what we will be talking about in the last two segments of the day tomorrow. And that is, number one, attracting the right team. And I say attracting very specifically because I don't want you to think I've got to go hunt these people down and just work nonstop to try to find some good people. And it's just hard to find good people these days. I want you to become the powerful leader that you are. And as you step into your power, you begin to attract the right team. We have a fantastic team who are extended family, and several of them are on here. So much love to you guys. And our amazing team is an extension of us and what we do and what we're building. And so to attract the right team, we must become the leader who we were designed to be. And then the last segment of the last day is plain and simple: automate or die. It's okay to hustle as long as it's for a season. I want it to be a season of hustle, not a lifestyle. So with that being said, that is the next 2 days. We are about to delve in. I'm going to teach you about virtual wholesaling. We're going to have an amazing time. And if you...
Oh, and VIP is that day. So day 2, VIP, you're going to spend time with me and Andrew and all the other VIPs on a personal Zoom call. So that's going to be
Thank you. Thank you, Leo. Yes. So at the end of day 2, at the end of this free summit, you VIPs are going to come over and join us on the private Zoom.
Yes. I think we have 2 more spots. So Michelle, put in that order form one more time, and then whoever it feels right to, come join us, and we'll see you on day 2 for VIP. But Andrew, you're going to do a presentation. You've shared a few times this one before.
I have.
This is going to be really good for the newbies.
Yeah.
Why is it also good for those who are already doing deals? You're going to talk a little bit different. You're going to add some new insights. Why is it important?
Yeah, so it's really important because I don't care if you're already perfected the pretty house business, if you're already automating your business. Sometimes it's good to go back to the basics. And you may have heard 47 of these slides before and remember them, except there may be one that it dawns on you, oh, shoot, I should be using that marketing method. Oh, that deal I just passed up on could be a perfect fit for that. And so it just constantly reminds us, and good repetition does that. And it sometimes doesn't hurt to get an extra 5-figure check even when you're doing well.
Right.
All right. I'm going to delve in. If I can get my screen shared. Any final things before I jump into this, brother?
No, I'm going to be sitting here taking notes. I'm excited.
All right. We're going to have a good time here. So delving in, virtual wholesaling and why you need it. Now, for those of you who've seen this presentation, I'm going to be adding some nuggets in here as well this time that's different and new. In fact, you understand Kentucky has either just outlawed or is just in the process of finishing outlawing wholesaling. So it's been an interesting ride, and it does nothing but improve our business because we have multiple tools in the tool belt. I say that loosely, wholesaling as in assignment of contract. As far as I know, 46 states still allow it. I'm not an attorney and don't claim to be. And this is a great way to get a 5-figure check fast. And you say, well, crap, I live in Kentucky and I was about to start wholesaling. Not to worry. I'm going to show you how you can still get checks without a challenge. So wholesaling is truly the no real estate business. And it is two ways to do it. I'll delve into it a little more here in a moment. Number one is to simply assign a contract. I sign a contract. What is a contract? It is a one-page simple agreement, front and back, and it simply says my company has the ability to purchase, or the plan to purchase this real estate at $100,000 or whatever it is. I give the now I have a contract on the property and the ability to market said property as an assignable contract. All right. It's assigning a contract. So I contracted it to buy it for 100. And now, for example, Tommy wants to buy it from me, and I sell it to Tommy for 110,000, which means I got a $10,000 assignment fee. All right. So it's all about negotiating a deal on the property. I'm going to show you how Michael turned $10 into $35,000 in less than 30 days. How to flip a property anywhere in the US, not need to leave your desk, not need to write big checks, not need credit checks, and never even own the property. It's the number one fastest way to a paycheck, a minimum 10 grand. Don't want you doing one for less than 10 grand. I told you my first one was 3, but I don't think there's been one that small since. I'm going to show you how to find the properties, pre-screen them, contract them, sell them, and everything in between. All right. So you never have to own them. I want you to get paid whether or not you own the property. All right. So I'm going to break it down to where you can do it, regardless of how much time you have. Maybe you need an extra side income. Maybe you want this to be your main income, or maybe you're like I was when I started and flat broke. But virtual wholesaling is a great way to make that happen. I use these strategies. It's how I started. It's how Ron LeGrand, who you're about to see, started. It's how Leo started. And it's so many others have got their start. I have testimonial after testimonial of folks who have used this to get checks fast. At the end, I'm going to just show you how to get it for free. Normally, I would sell the virtual wholesaling course, but instead, I'm just going to show you how to get your wholesaling course for free, and not give that opportunity to purchase it on this segment. So you all are here, so you already know me. And I started out in 2014 at real estate. I was 21 years old, was broke, and I had started out in construction in my early days as a teenager, but when I encountered some health problems in 2012, it hampered my ability to do that. And so everything happens for a reason and always works out perfectly. Remember that when things don't go as planned. Over the last nearly decade now, this is an old slide, I have went on to buy over 500 properties, and I hold a lot of them as well. And what happens is when we begin to do the business, we quickly separate ourselves by just simply taking action on what we learn. Many of you have some knowledge, except I want to give you the proper knowledge, which is what day one's all about. But at the end of day one and then all day, day two is implementing that knowledge. Because frankly, as I said, if we take the knowledge we have, we could probably all be billionaires rather rapidly, except we need to implement. So if you're looking to do your first deal, or you've done some deals and you want to move to the virtual side, I'm just going to be showing you some really cool stuff. So all you need is a phone, computer, and $10. I'm going to move rapidly through this segment because in the next segment, we're delving a lot more into the pretty house business. And I want to get this across to you as rapidly as possible. So there's two big mistakes, and Ron will tell you the same thing. He's been doing it for over 40 years. investors risk their money or risk credit. I don't think you should write a big check unless you're in a position to and can get a bigger one back in a few days or a few weeks at most. So make sure that you're operating on a principle to be able to make checks without having to spend endless hours working on the property. That's why I don't like fix and flips. So a lot of people I know, and I've shared with you at the beginning that it's good that you are here and learning this the right way, because it will help you avoid many of the common mistakes made by people who get into the business and work endlessly to try to make it a profit one day, or as I mentioned, in 30 years, you'll be rich. Note a couple of these slides, because of the format change, I'm in Keynote rather than PowerPoint, are edited, so the highlights are off, and you can see that. So forgive me. So, what other business do you know where a few hours of phone calls, $10 earnest money deposit, and maybe a few $100s in marketing costs can return 5 figures and never own or even view the house? Here's a couple of deals that I've done of many. Bought this one for 62, sold it for 90. Here's another check, $12,000. Another one I bought it for 60 and sold it for 82. Another one I bought for 25 and sold it for 43. I don't have to convince you it works. You already know it does. So there's 5 steps. They're going to be the same for all aspects of your real estate investing business. Is write them down or screenshot this. 1, you're finding properties. 2, pre-screen them. 3, make offers. We actually don't make offers. We let the seller tell us what they want. 4, get the agreement signed. 1-page agreement, front and back. 5, get a check. So to move along rapidly and get you the most important information, I am going to share with you my 2 favorite places to find for sale by owner properties online. This is the first question I get. Whole objective is to negotiate a low price on the property. And I do that. In fact, tomorrow we're going to talk about an acquisitionist, a team member who buys and sells houses with your business. I have them to go on Zillow and Facebook Marketplace. In fact, we just bought another house, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago off of Facebook Marketplace. We do it all the time. So these are not the highest quality leads. I'm going to show you some ways you can spend money and get leads as we go throughout the next couple of days, except if you're new. For those of you who are new, I want you to be able to utilize these free and cheap sources to get leads. We go online, look at the for sale by owners, start dialing them. Zillow and Facebook Marketplace. For those of you who still drive around in areas and see for sale by owner yard signs, grab a picture and call them. It's another great way. Some is better than none. Again, these are not as high quality as the ones that call us from paid ads to talk more about later on, but it's free. So you can pay a field agent, meter reader, somebody who's driving around, Uber driver, to take pictures of signs, pay them, and they'll send them to you. So they're out driving around and seeing FSBO signs all the time. So why not pay them $5 or $10 to snap a picture and send it? Great for them, and it's great for you. Remember, as investors, as millionaires, we don't ask how much it costs us. We ask how much it can make us. When I started in the real estate investing business, the first event I ever attended with Ron LeGrand was a $6,000 event. I showed up at that event and I gained knowledge that would go on to change my world in such a way I could have never imagined possible, except I didn't have the $6,000. So I had to get creative, be a creative transaction genius. And for those of you who know Ron LeGrand, you know that didn't mean going to him and asking if I could give him $1 down and $5,999 whenever I do my first deal. You know, that meant calling family, friends, and credit cards and compiling it. And for me, that changed my life. We don't ask how much it cost us. We ask how much it can make us. Now, are you all seeing my screen? You're seeing my screen. Type it in the chat. Make sure that I have it right. Yes, good, good, good. All right, we got the screen. Thank you, Judy. Judy's one of our mastermind members, and she is taking massive action, doing deals, and I love that feedback. Thank you for sharing that. All right, so Google AdWords. Google AdWords are one of my favorite ways to find deals. Google AdWords totally changed my world because I pay for people when they Google sell my house fast, for example, Louisville, Kentucky, and I pop up and they put their name in. On average, about every $250 I spend, I get a lead. Somebody says, hey, I want to sell you my house. Well, we call them back, and about every 8 times, every 7 times we call them back, we buy a house. All right. Write this down. Multiple strategies. Right below it, write CTG. Teaching you strategy 1, get paid fast with a wholesale, an assignment. But as you build out your real estate investing business, you're going to quickly find that you want to have multiple tools in your tool belt. This is one for a nice 5-figure payday, and it's great, except multiple tools in your tool belt means more deals from the same amount of leads. Here are examples of some of our ads. Contact us today. We buy houses. Contact us today. Sell your house fast. Get a cash offer today. What if I don't have the cash? Well, there's private money. We'll be getting in a little bit more of that when time allows. There is so many ways. Lenders, there's end buyers. Again, remember, you're not buying this if you're wholesaling it. You're contracting it and assigning the contract to a buyer. So after you find people that have houses for sale, now is pre-screening. What does pre-screen mean? It means asking a series of questions to get to a conclusion. Here's a couple of magic sentences that have made me more money than anything else. If I pay you all cash and close whenever you want, what's the least you can take? Pause. Wait for an answer. After you get that answer, follow up with, is that the best you can do? All right. If you like their answer, you're going to fill out this sheet. It's a simple, basic sheet that asks a series of questions. Basic information on the property. Do some quick little research on the property. And when I say research, I don't mean spending an hour researching the property. I mean going on Zillow and looking it up in 5 minutes and determining if it's worth your time to make an offer. How are you going to know if you like their answer? This is your formula for your cash offers. After repaired value times 70% minus repairs equals your maximum allowable offer. So let's do the math real quick. If you're in California, add a 0 to the numbers I'm about to share with you. $100,000 house, California, $1 million. $100,000 house means we would be willing to pay $70,000 cash for it, minus repairs. We think it needs $30,000. $70,000 minus repairs, 30 means $40,000 is our cash offer. I never pay that. So normally my cash offer on that $40,000 Mayo, that's probably what I'm going to sell it at. $40,000 maximum allowable offer. That's probably what I'm going to get out of the property. I'm going to pay $10,000 to $25,000 below that most of the time. Sometimes more, depending on the shape of the house and whatever else. So the seller told you they think it's going to be worth a lot more in good condition than the asking price. They're asking 50, they're asking 400 and it's worth $1 million. They're asking 50, it's worth 150. If it's well below asking price, at least a 30% equity difference, it's a prospect. It's somebody who you should consider making an offer on. In the wholesale business, you are dealing with ugly houses. The next segment, I'm going to tell you why you should not do this business. Joking. In reality, I want you building cash flow, not just getting to the next check, except for me, I needed the money when I started. You know, the very first wholesale deal, this is a funny situation. $3,000 I made. I got it for 15. I sold it for 18, if I remember correctly. I get a text from the guy I sold it to. The guy I sold it to, that was 2014. 2016, he sells it for like 150,000 or something like that. He worked on it. Oh, crap. That's a big profit, but good for him, right? He done the work. Just got a text from that same guy the other day. He said, Andrew, you'll never believe that house you sold me in 2014 just sold for $238,000. Well, do I regret selling it? No, because I needed that $3,000 awfully bad back then. And I'm glad I did it because it changed my life. Except that goes to show you why you should hold some of these things, which we'll talk about in the next segment. All right. So in this wholesaling business, you're probably not going to get a massive discount unless it needs a massive amount of work. And you're not going to contract it unless you get a massive discount. So needs rehabbed, contract it. Find a buyer willing to pay more, flip the contract. To comp the property, to find comparables, you're going to go on Zillow. You're going to go on wherever. Zillow is one of my favorites because it's fast and it's free. I'm going to find two nearby in similar square footage, similar size, and what that sold in good condition. And if those two sold at whatever that tippy top dollar is, that is now my comp for this property. In other words, if I'm getting this for 50 and those two sold for 200, I'm going to assume this property is worth 200 fixed. You're not an appraiser. No need to try to be one or stress over it. You only have to be in the ballpark so you can make a reasonable offer. You don't like that plan, just use Zestimate. All right. I'm moving through this rapidly because there's so much more that we have to cover. And I'm going to be touching on this more. It's going to tie all together with the next segment as well. But I want you to have some massive notes from this because at the end of today, some of you that are brand new, I want you talking to sellers at the end of today to be working toward your first wholesale deal. All right. So most of the times estimates way below the value and you can get more out of it. Estimate is just a guess. So use your best guess on what the value is, then come up with a repair estimate. Remember, your repair estimate really doesn't matter because your person who's buying the property from you after you contract it, buying the contract from you, is going to be doing the rehab and running their own numbers, and they could care less what you thought the rehab was anyway. So your only objective is to pick a number that gets you to an intelligent offer. 1,000 to 1,500 square foot house, 40, 50, 60. Get a few pictures. If it's in horrendous condition and totally gut job, well, probably going to be that 60 to 70 mark. If it's cosmetic paint and carpet, well, probably going to be lower than 40. So just look at how bad and ugly it is and pick a number. All right. In fact, I commonly ask the seller, what do you think if I hired a team to fix this, it would cost me? They'll tell you a number. You'll never be good enough to accurately estimate repairs from pictures. Not to mention, I've done so many of these and I've never got one right yet. What if I'm wrong? You will be. I guarantee it. Again, your objective is to get a minimum $10,000 payday. You're not buying the property or writing a big check. In fact, if you're wrong and you find out that you're wrong and the market won't bear what you hoped it would bear, you lose your entire investment of $10. Okay. So Your whole objective is to contract this thing and sell it for $10,000 above what you paid. Now, again, I'm going to share with you in the rest of the day why this is my less favorite part of the business, why I want you to build long-term cash flow and live your freedom life. Except I have students and friends who have made a whole business out of this model. We do everything as a win-win-win. Has to be a win for you as the investor, a win for the seller, and a win for your buyer, or you won't do it. In fact, I've had some sellers who were not open to this strategy at all, and I've lost the deal because I was very clear to them of what my plan was. I would rather lose the deal than ever stretch the truth. I want to be transparent with the buyer, the seller, and everybody involved, and everybody to win. In fact, you should write it down if you're taking notes. Win, win, win. Use your best judgment. Pick a rehab number. Get your maximum allowable offer. Make an offer. Many deals get lost from investors by them getting hung up on getting the repairs right, sending the contractors in and getting bids and worried about that. Not you. You're going to pick a number and you're going to flip the contract. You have no risk in the deal other than your earnest money deposit. All right. You're not buying the house. You're flipping the contract and your estimate is irrelevant to your buyer. All right. So this is why the most successful wholesalers I know can flip, some of them dozens of houses every single month, 100 or hundreds every year, and never even leave their desk. All right. So what do you need to do to determine your maximum offer? Pick an ARV, pick a rehab number, make an offer. Actually ask the seller what's the least they'll take. Now, I usually get it 10 to 25,000 below the maximum allowable offer because, again, I know that most of the time my buyer is going to be paying about that number, give or take. Sometimes it's more, especially if it is a landlord buying it for cash flow or an end buyer. Write down this term, hotel. WHOLETAIL means wholesaling to a retail buyer. They call it novations now. Somebody come to me a couple of years ago and said, "Oh, have you heard about novations?" I said, "What the heck is a novation?" They said, they described it to me. I said, "Well, that's hoteling. I've been doing that since 2014. And so whatever word you tie to it doesn't matter. Point is, you contract a property. Let's say it's worth $200,000. Seller wants done with it. They're willing to give you a contract to buy it at $160,000. It's not low enough to be a cash price, but it's high. It's below value. There's room there. Contract it for $160,000. Find a retail end buyer wanting to buy the home to live in and sell it to them for $190,000 or $200,000. A very, very good way. And I have friends who have made massive livings off of just doing that. It's the same strategy, wholesaling deals, except to retail buyers. Great thing to be able to be done in this current market, especially with houses set on the market so long. You learn this business and be a CTG, a creative transaction genius. The 5-figure paychecks that are available are endless. When it comes to making offers, we never speak first. Write this down. Always ask questions. Seller tells us what they need. You're going to sell it at or above Mayo. Following what I'm doing, you're going to have no trouble doing so. And don't forget, you're not buying the house and not taking any risk. I contract deals all the time and buy them or flip them without ever even seeing them. Okay. Some of my mastermind and community students on here do that all the time as well. All right. So $10 is the most you can do. Then at most you can lose. Then what is there to keep you up at night? You have 30 days to find a buyer. Shouldn't take you that long. If it does, you can extend the contract. And quite frankly, if you ain't found a buyer in 30 days, probably don't want to extend anyway. Give up your earnest money and move on. Andrew, do I need to go see the house? Definitely not. In time, we learn. Don't leave our desk. The deal gets done the same whether we go see it or not. With the internet, you can flip houses anywhere, from anywhere you have an internet connection. It's good to get someone in the city of which you're flipping the contracts. They can put log boxes on. They can view properties or get pictures. That's great, but it's not necessary. It's just an added benefit. I'll show you how to do that when later today when we're show time allow. You're not buying the house, so don't worry. Get the contract for the best price possible. Put up your earnest money, and I have a one-page contract in layman's terms. You're going to use that contract. You're going to fill it out. Once you're done talking to the seller, negotiating the best price you can negotiate, you're going to DocuSign it over, email it over for them to electronically sign with any app you want to use. Call the title company, get a title search, find a buyer. Once your buyer's lined up, you're going to call the title company and move this thing forward to a close. All right. What if I can't sell it? Well, from my experience, it's easy to sell if it's priced way under ARV. The key to consistently selling fast is to build your buyer's list. Every time you talk to your buyer, a cash buyer, add them to your list. You have good buyers. Frankly, I get deals sold before I ever even post up an ad about it. So look for deals where your buyers are wanting deals. Way easier to find a house for a buyer than a buyer for a house. All right. When it comes to selling, this is our ad. And again, I am cutting this segment extra short. I promise it will be made up to you in the next two segments. And I'm not cutting this segment short, but I'm going through the wholesaling segment faster than I usually do because I want very important that the next two segments tie it all together for you. So for the sake of time, I'm going to show you these three ads, and then we're going to go to a 10-minute break and then coming back talking about pretty houses and tying these two together, how you should be doing both in your business. A lot of our leads come from this ad right here, cheap cash investor special. Our Craigslist ad, Craigslist still works, guys. And Zillow, cheap cash investor special. You're going to use a software system to build your buyer's list, text them the deals that you get when you get them. And that, my friends, is how you flip contracts and wholesale deals. Now, there's a whole lot more to cover. I gave you a brief overview, and there's more I'm going to be covering in the next two segments for you. But what I want to ingrain in you in this segment is that all you have to do is pick up the cell phone and call some for sale by owners, negotiate a price below value, send a one-page purchase agreement over to contract the deal, and go find a buyer. And you, my friend, have launched your wholesaling business. All right. Now, there's a lot of other things we're going to be covering. We're going to be talking about finding the right title companies. You're going to be talking about how to delve in. You're going to, many of you are going to be getting the wholesaling course for absolutely free. All right. In the next segment. And so as all that comes down, I'll be showing you a bunch more cool stuff. For now, we're going to a 10-minute break. I think there is one spot left for VIP. So Michelle, if you could put up that VIP slide as we go to break, and we will be back in exactly 10 minutes. So 12:40 p.m. 12:40 p.m. 12:30. Be back at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. 12:30 p.m. Eastern. See you guys in 10.
Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. Let's get people back from their coffee breaks. I have my coffee. Some Brazilian coffee. You've never had it. It's amazing. It's good stuff. But welcome back. I am so excited for this next segment because it is something that has led me to expand my real estate journey when I was diving in, when I was first learning about terms and learning about creative finance and understanding that you can buy a house without your own money. That made no sense to me when I first got started because I was always told, oh, I need money to be successful. I need good credit. I need all these things. And when I learned about what you're about to learn here, it absolutely blew my mind. And I want you guys to have a CTG mindset while you guys are listening to this. This is something that we talk about so much is, again, CTG, Creative Transaction Genius. You're going to learn the actual model of the business itself. And in that process, I want you to think creatively of how you can better input the information and better take notes and better view this segment as an implementation journey for you. I don't want you to sit back as if you're like watching a YouTube video, watching something. I want you to imagine that you're with us. You're with Ron, and he's doing a one-on-one with you. This is a crazy mindset, guys. But when I started to do this, I started to learn extremely fast because if someone's in front of me, or if I'm on a one-on-one Zoom with this person, I start to everything they say. I'm on every single word. I just listen to them, right? And I implement what they tell me. But in the past, when I was watching a YouTube video, it was like entertainment for me. I would sit back, I would get really good nuggets that people, probably pay tens of thousands of dollars for. But I would just sit back and just, watch it. I wouldn't take notes. I just entertain myself. When I started to do this mindset, it absolutely shifted everything for me. That's when I started to make more money than ever. That's when I built my team. That's when I built my companies, is when I even watched a YouTube video or I came to a summit, a virtual summit, or I came to a group scenario like this. I would imagine that it's just me and that mentor, and he's talking to me. Because the value that you're about to get here is absolutely phenomenal and absolutely fundamental for you to build the dream company that you want. And this person is not only a mentor to me, but a mentor to Andrew. And I just want to, I'm just so excited for you guys, but think about that mindset as if it's just you and our friend Ron LeGrand. And we are so blessed to be able to invite him on with us. Take as many notes as you can and be excited for the Q&A that we're going to do, because I'm going to interview these two and we're going to have an amazing, amazing time doing so. We're going to talk not only about the real estate, because guys, I know this is important, but we're going to talk about the other side, right? What it has done for him over the last 40 years. That is something that you're going to want to be here for. That is something I wish I had in the beginning. And we're going to give it here for you guys. Okay. So there he is. There's Andrew.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
All righty.
All right. So now I'm here with my dear friend and mentor, Ron LeGrand, the man who's responsible for me starting this empire back in 2014, and the man who showed me how to do the business. I started out wholesaling and moved into the creative financing. So he's about to show you guys what he showed me in 2014 that changed my world. So welcome, Mr. Ron.
My pleasure to be here, sir. I love that shirt you're wearing.
Thank you. Trying to keep up with you.
Well, that ain't hard to do. Look at there. You want the gray hair too, do you? Or no, you don't want to keep up with me. All right, so we got a lot of work to do here. So I'm guessing I'm going to do a presentation on the terms part of the business. and then we're going to do some Q&A after, right?
Absolutely.
So you guys want to go ahead and start writing down your questions. And when I'm through, we'll take them all until you get tired of asking them. All right. Short questions now, not long pages. And try to ask questions that I can understand if I'm not the one writing the question. Okay. We get questions all the time. What the heck does that mean? I don't know. Just look at it and make sure it's clear to understand, and we'll get them all. All right. So are we ready to go, Andrew?
We are ready. Let's delve in, and you
All right.
do what you do, and I'll jump in a few times throughout and probably have a couple things to add.
Okay. Well, in my 41-year career, I have trained a lot of folks, and some of those folks have gone on to be trainers, and you are one of them. So congratulations on a well-rounded career and a well-rounded business. I remember when I met you at 21 years old, man, you didn't know anything. And look at you today. So congratulations. I wish I could have more of our people go on to do some extremely successful stuff. But what I'm about to show you all watching is the real estate business. It is the pretty house side, not the ugly house side, where I do both. In fact, I just did a couple of wholesale deals myself and made $77,000 on 2 wholesale deals. So I'm not going to talk about those during this, but I am going to talk about all the money that's in the other side of the business. So let's go ahead and get going. And then Andrew, you just interrupt me whenever you see fit. All right.
You got it.
All right. Okay. We're going to talk about what I think is the most profitable way to make money in real estate today. There's all kinds of ways to make money. I teach them all. I do them all. But all of them don't have the benefits of the terms business or the pretty house business as we are going to talk about it today. And one of the things that we have that the other methods don't have is residual income. Residual income is my favorite kind of income. That's the money that keeps coming in every month. You do the job once, do one house, and it keeps paying you for years and years and years. And that's one reason why I'm attracted to it. The other benefits I'll get to here in just a minute. And we don't have to raise money to do this business. We don't have a large overhead. In fact, I'm always impressed by the small amount of overhead we have and the large amount of transaction value checks that we have. We don't need employees. We're not doing any rehabs. You don't need any license, and we eliminate most of the costly entanglements. So I'm not doing a deal for less than $20,000 profit within the first 30 days. And frankly, I ain't really excited about doing those. So you might want to just ask yourself, what if I could only do one of those a month? If I could just do one of those a month, then would it change my life? Can I do things like this? This is my wife and I, Beverly, 57 and a half years now. We've been married, holding up the Leaning Tower of Pisa and visiting the Colosseum in Italy, and the kind of vacations that a lot of people want to take, but don't feel like they can afford it, and go in places like Alaska. Now, Andrew's been to this place, haven't you, Andrew?
Well, I was just thinking 57 and a half years. That's almost twice as long as I've been alive, Ron.
What are you trying to say? Am I old? What are you trying to say? All right. This is Salmon Falls Resort in Ketchikan, Alaska. I owned this thing for 3 years before the recession hit in 2008. And as you can see, we don't go there to take a trip. We go there to kill fish like this. That's a big halibut, 147 pounds worth, actually. And that's the kind of things you can do when you get the ongoing search for money out of your life, so you get enough to where you feel comfortable. And I'm telling you right now, real estate is a business that can get you to that point very quickly if you make up your mind that you're going to get there and then get in there and get going. Then you can do things like this, play around with classic cars like I do. And I do that. I got about 7 or 8 of them right now. And when I tell you, when I go home, I don't have to work all day today. I just teach. That's all I pretty much do today. Go home, I think, in fact, you want to write stuff down, write this one down. Everyone needs something to look forward to. So I go out in my workshop and I play with whatever car is on the lift that day, and I enjoy my time with my babies. These are my babies. I'm going to offer you a chance to get more training when this is over. So yes, I'm going to sell you something so you can sit on your wallet now. But I think by the time I get through, you'll find that what I'm going to offer you is going to be very instrumental in your career path going forward if you want to take advantage of where the real money is in the business today. And there are a lot of ways to make money. I teach them all. I've done it all. But before I teach you anything, before you can learn anything that you implement, frankly, we have to first change your thinking. I'm always working on doing that. Andrew's always working on doing that. Andrew was one of our mentors, and I think he will tell you that the hardest job we had was getting the head on straight of the student that we were working with, because they come with all kinds of misconceptions and bad experiences and myths that people spread. So we got to change your thinking about how real estate works. We can do that pretty quick. And then we got to change your thinking about what it's worth to you, because most people just have no idea the kind of money that you can make in this industry. And Andrew is a very good example of what can happen once you set your mind to it. So am I right? Hardest thing we ever have to do is change people's thinking.
That's the truth. You know, it was the hardest part for me when I was 21 and started. And it's the hardest thing with almost all the students I've mentored over the years is exactly that. Because the real estate, once, you know, the pieces you're about to show us, once we put those together, that becomes the simple part. Just put transactions together. But to get this adjusted, realize we're worthy of it or can actually do it is the toughest part.
And yeah, you can think back, you'll remember probably the end of your first year, you laughed at all the stuff you were thinking about prior to going into the industry. So did I. Well, you know, why was I worried about all that nonsense? No, you know, that ever happened. So what the heck?
Yeah.
So we gotta allow ourselves to make big money. Of course, that's going to start with that next check. Wholesaling has always been a fast way to get that check. It still is. There are wholesalers in every state in the union. I know wholesalers, so does Andrew, because in fact, we're both in the same mastermind group, and there's people in that room doing 200, 250 deals a year, just wholesaling houses. And then there's rehabbing. Rehabbing has always been a good way. That means you buy junker and you fix it up and you sell it and you get a check 6 months later or so. It produces big checks, but it still don't have many of the advantages that we have in the pretty house business, which is the most profitable way to make money in real estate today, and just one of the ways to get a big check quickly. But you're never going to use your credit. If you ever use money, it won't be much. And usually it won't be yours if you need to use money. If I'm going to buy a house and pay cash for it, I got to have a private lender put up the money. If I'm going to wholesale a house, I don't really need any money. I'm just going to sign the contract. If I'm going to do a terms deal and get the big non-refundable deposit, I don't need any money to do that other than maybe closing costs on the ones that I want to buy. So using credit, I think, is the biggest mistake you can make, because you risk your credit, you risk your assets, and you risk your marriage. So I hope your credit really sucks, and then you won't be tempted to use it. Because the minute you do, you're building your empire on a house of cards that could come crashing down around your neck because you're totally out of control. Using your credit to guarantee debt is not allowed on Planet Ron. I don't want you to ever go down to the bank and apply for a loan. I don't want you to ever have anybody pull your application, and I don't want anything you do to show up on your credit report. We can buy all the houses we want without using our credit. Is that the way you buy them, Andrew?
Absolutely. And that was probably one of the toughest shifts for me when I started, was going, how in the world? Because I had Googled and went to YouTube University, and everybody said I had to save up 20%, put it down, and go down to the bank and beg for a loan. And when I came into your world, it blew my mind.
Well, that's exactly the same thing that I see happening to most people. They think you got to have good credit to do real estate. That's if you're going to do the conventional wisdom of 20% down and go get a new loan. I think the biggest question you better ask yourself is how many of those new loans are you going to be able to get before the banks can cut you off anyway. Then what are you going to do? So the key is terms. No terms, no deal. I want to write that one down. No terms, no deal. Most people are going to want all cash at retail price. So let's get that clear right now. We are not dealing with a majority. We're dealing with the minority, the people that will sell to us with terms. But I'll bet you that doesn't mean what you think it means. There's only three kinds of terms. One, you lease it with an option to buy, which gives you the right to sublease it to a tenant buyer. We call that a sandwich lease option. It requires zero money on your part to lease a property and sandwich lease it, and there's no credit report, none at all. Nobody's going to pull your credit. Second, we buy with owner financing. Buying with owner financing simply means that an attorney is going to create a mortgage or a deed of trust back to the seller, and it's going to be without recourse, no personal guarantee, and for some term and for some monthly payment. The seller becomes the bank. You become the buyer. The seller becomes the bank. And last one is to get the deed subject to, which means you just take over the debt that's on the property. There is no mortgage back to the seller. You just take over the debt and agree to start making a payment sometime in the future. I get 2 to 3 months after I buy the house before I start making the payments. All three of these are usually in good shape. Sometimes they need a little bit of work. If they need a lot of work, if they need a rehab, then probably going to be all cash deal. But then again, I've bought a lot of rehabs with short-term owner financing and with getting the deed subject to. So the more you learn about what kind of financing is applicable, the easier this thing gets and the less confusing it gets, because you're never going to buy a house with all three of those. You're only going to use one of those, and the seller is going to probably give an indication to you to which one you're going to use based on the information that you collect from the seller. Now, the biggest immediate profit is a non-refundable option deposit. Most landlords have tenants, they get a security deposit. This is not a security deposit. This is a non-refundable option deposit measured in the thousands, which is applicable to their down payment. So it's not an expense on their part, it's just an investment in the future purchase of their property, but you're getting that up front. I get 5 to 10% non-refundable option deposit of the purchase price. So if I'm selling a $300,000 house, I ain't gonna let anybody have the keys to that house. In my case, with less than 20 grand, and usually get more. And I'm gonna show you how here during this presentation. Down payments, if you're selling with owner financing, same thing. If I'm leasing it or if I'm selling with owner financing, I'm gonna get a great big chunk of money. If I'm selling it, it's called a down payment. If I'm leasing it, it's called a non-refundable option deposit. So, but here's where the real money is. We get those great big checks, which I might point out are usually as much as one would get by buying and rehabbing and retailing a house, except my check's going to come within the first 30 months without rehabbing the house. And rehabber's check's going to take a long time to get that done. And especially in this marketplace today that we're in, where you have a material shortage, your materials are going through the roof if they can get them. Contractors are tough to get. And you're looking at 6 months to rehab and retail a house. I mean, that's the time frame you're looking at, and that's if everything works out okay.
Done a few of those, and I prefer the first 30 days getting a check without touching the house every time.
Well, me too, in most cases. In fact, we got to learn to compare them, and I think I'm going to do that with an example coming up, because I thought about rehabbing the two houses that I just did. But then when I compared the numbers, it didn't make any sense compared to what I could get out of them wholesaling them. And then there's that monthly cash flow, the difference between what you collect in rent and what you're paying out underneath to the seller or seller's bank. That's called the monthly spread. That's residual income right there. And sometimes that's as much as $500 to $1,000 per house. Monthly residual income on one house comes in every day, every month, no matter whether you are sick or on a trip or whatever. That just keeps on coming. It's my favorite kind of income. And then depreciation, appreciation. Last couple of years, boy, we had a lot of that. I know that all of my houses have gone way up. I mean, I'm just shocked when I see how far they've gone up. I think that's coming to a halt here. It's kind of leveling out right now. I don't know what's coming up in the future, but I think the hot appreciation is over. But if you'll take a look back, you'll find during any 10-year period, the value of the real estate was worth more at the end of the 10 years than it was at the beginning. It goes up and down, but it always keeps going up and continues to go up, even if it has a little market correction, kind of like stocks do. Right now, we're having a little market correction in some areas, lost about 25, 26% already of the appreciation they got. So if their properties doubled in value the last 2.5, 3 years, and they lost 25% of them, I don't feel real sorry for them. I'm one of them, by the way. I'm okay with that, because the appreciation we've had in the last 2 years, frankly, is unprecedented. I haven't seen that kind of appreciation in my 41 years that we've had in the last 2 years. And depreciation, that's where the government helps us own real estate, because the more real estate you own, the more depreciation you get, the less taxes you pay. And that's one of those hidden benefits people don't think about, but every dollar's worth of depreciation that you get, some percentage of that, probably around 25% for most people's tax bracket, stays in your pocket and does not go to the IRS. You want all the real estate you can get. And by the way, loans have nothing to do with depreciation. Depreciation is what you paid for the property, and it does not make any difference how you bought the property. Owner financing, now you can't depreciate houses you don't own. So depreciation is worthless to you on lease purchases, but it's perfect. It's great for you on owner financing and properties you just take over the deed, and of course properties that you pay cash for. Forfeited deposits is an income stream that people outside of our industry have no idea how valuable that is. Andrew knows. I know. 90% of my tenant buyers don't buy, and they walk away from that deposit. How about you, sir?
Similar numbers.
Similar numbers?
Yeah.
It's not that when they bought the house, they intended to buy her, they wouldn't have given me thousands of dollars up front. So, of course, that was what they intended to do. And then things happen. People get divorced, they lose their job, have health reasons, or they feel like they just can't afford to buy the property, or they won't go do anything to get to whatever's broke cleaned up. Because our tenant buyers can't go to the bank and get a loan. If they could go to the bank and get a loan, they wouldn't come to us. Usually it's credit problems or debt ratio problems or something that's similar that they can clean up. And I got 2 years in my case to clean. In fact, they got as long as they want, because I give them a 2-year term. That doesn't mean I'm going to move them after it's up. I just let them sit there and keep on making the rent payments. And if they want to buy later, we'll work it out. But their option expires after 2 years in my case. And then there's debt pay down. Another one of those silent goodies you get. Every month that goes by, your debt gets lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. And when I put a tenant buyer in the house, if it takes them 2 years to close, their price is the same 2 years from now as it is now. But in that, consequently, I've got 2 years worth of debt pay down. You know, we don't buy like we sell. So we get money now, money monthly, and money later. And I call them the golden geese, because they just keep on laying the golden eggs. And I want all them golden geese I can get. Unlike wholesaling and retailing, where the poor goose has got to die. Look, I have nothing against wholesaling, and I have nothing against rehabbing. I've done at least 1,000 of each, but the older I get, the more I want to go for the easy money and the money that just keeps on generating wealth. I want you to learn it all. I want you to become a transaction engineer and learn it all.
I like wholesaling for a fast check, but when I look back at all the houses I've wholesaled over the years, it kind of makes me sick.
Yeah, how do you think I feel? I'm not kidding you. The prices that I used to sell properties at right now, and the prices that I got to buy them at now is ridiculous. But hey, we just change with the times. And that's what we got to do. We got to change with the times. Today, I've never seen a business that's easier to do today in a way of your labor. You're almost doing nothing. In fact, we've got outsourced companies that'll do everything you need to be done for you practically. And we got local virtual assistants that cater to our thousands of students every single month. And the biggest thing they do is make calls to sellers and get property information sheet filled out. But there's a whole list of other things that our VAs can do for you for a very, very small amount of money. So in my message today and ongoing, when you see me in the future, my message is always going to be to get out of your own way and build your business so it can run without you. Because when you do, you have achieved financial independence, and now you're free to do whatever you want to do with your life, not sucked up into constantly worry about making money day in and day out. And literally today, 90% of the work is done for you. So your job is make decisions. And if you can get to the point to where you job out everything, delegate everything so that you just make decisions, you're free to grow your business. You're free to do other businesses. You're free to do just whatever it is you want to do. So that's my goal for you. Build the business so that you don't have to work in it. And if you do, it's a minimal amount of time. The less I do, the more I make. I live by that. And what that means is very simply, work less, make more, work smart, not hard, get help, get out of the way. That book is on Amazon, incidentally. The pretty house business, 2 types of houses. Some of them are free and clear, about 1/3 of them. Some of them got a debt with equity, about 2/3 of them. We can do them all. But I'll say it again. Before we get going, you must condition yourself that most sellers are worthless to us. Most sellers are worthless because we can't deal with most sellers. On the other hand, in any business, we can't deal with most of the people that come in contact with our product or service. We're looking for the ones that are interested in what we have, and we want to get them down to the ones that want to buy what we have. And that's exactly what we're doing in real estate. We're looking for sellers who want to sell their house, but we're only looking for the ones who need to sell their house, not want retail price and all cash. So we've got to learn to pre-screen those out quickly and limit our time to where we don't do anything until we know we're predisposed to do business with this individual. Here's a deal that I did recently to try to illustrate the point. The ARV is 250. That means the after repaired value. I'm sure you know that if you've been hanging around Andrew. The loan amount was 182. There's 24 years left on the loan. A payment was 1582, principal and interest, taxes and insurance. And the guy said he'd sell for what he owes. So that's exactly what I bought it for, what he owes. He gave me the price. He was willing to give away the equity because he didn't want the house anymore. In fact, he'd gotten a divorce, as I recall, in this case, and the house was awarded to him. House needed very little work, and I did have to put up $2,500 to close on it. Now, when I closed on this house, I bought the house. So let's be clear. I'm not leasing this house. I bought the house. He transferred ownership to my trust and my land trust, and my land trust signed on the note back to him. And so there's no personal liability because I didn't sign any note guaranteeing any debt, and there's no balloon because of the way I asked him a simple question. I assume you're okay if I make your payments until you're paid off? You ever asked that, Andrew?
A few hundred times. And I think that was a big shift for me, Ron. Whenever I hear this, it's like, why would people sell to us on payments? And I don't know that answer. I just know that we ask hundreds of times and dozens of people say yes.
Yep. In fact, we do. And that's all in the way you ask. Therefore, you need the proper scripts. I've got the proper scripts. And they're used hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times every day all across America because they work. We'll get to them in a minute. So what I did was I lease optioned this house for $269,900 as is. I didn't do anything to it. It took me 18 days. I got a $30,000 non-refundable option deposit and $2,000 a month rent. And I gave them 2 years to pay me the balance of the $239,900 that they owe me. So they owe me $239,900. I owe out $182,000. So you can see we got a big back end on this property if and when they buy. Okay, I hope they don't buy because I'd hate to kill my golden geese. But look at this. I netted 24.5 on the front end by just taking out the 25. Actually, I admitted more than that because I didn't wind up doing the $3,000 worth of work. I let the tenant buyer do it. I mean, that's not much. Didn't have any appliances in it for one thing. That's over half of it right there. $418 a month spread. Now that $418 a month comes in for the entire time that this tenant buyer is in the house. Again, if they can't buy it in 2 years, I'm okay with that. In fact, I'm happy with that, but they're still going to stay in the house. They're still going to pay rent. So I'll be collecting that $418 for a long way into the future. Residual income. I got $57,900 equity in this house that I got for free, except for the $2,500 worth of closing costs. Got it for free with little or no money. Okay, took $2,500. No credit, no risk, no guaranteed debt. I didn't even do the repairs, no banks, no realtors, no short sales, and no cost appreciation, depreciation into all those dollars on one house. And when I put a tenant buyer in a house, 100% of the responsibility for repairs goes to that tenant buyer. I usually give them 30 days where I fix these systems if they go broke, and they pick it up from there. So this has nothing to do with landlord-tenant law, where in fact the landlord is responsible for repairing the house. This is an agreement that we have that's built into our option to buy. And the buyer accepts this responsibility, and we close all of them with an attorney. So no secrets. So why don't they just go to the bank? Well, that's a good question. I can understand that question because they can't. 70% of them can't get qualified. Now, I got to tell you, I arrived at that number. I made up the 70%, but at 32% of them, according to this internet chart, applied for a loan and got turned down, and they had good credit, or less than perfect credit, I mean, and they were denied. Okay, if 32% of them got turned down, I can promise you at least 70% of the people that are trying to buy a house can't buy because most of the people that want to buy won't apply because they know they're going to get turned down. This 32% is of the people who actually apply. So we got a huge market, and we'll never run up. Selling a house is the easiest part of this business if you if you sell it on terms. If they need time, we'll give them time. I don't tell them how long they can lease it for. I let them tell me, but I do cap it at 2 years. But again, even when the 2 years goes by, and it always does, and they don't buy, I just keep collecting the rent. Don't worry about it. Don't. Their option expired at the end of the 2 years, but as far as I'm concerned, it's still alive, but I get to adjust it to anything we can need to adjust it to. In other words, if they're in the house for 5 years and they still want to buy it, obviously I'm not going to sell it to them for the price I offered it to them 5 years ago. And the rent is going to go up if they stay in the house, but I don't want them to move. I want them to stay in the house. So I'm not doing anything to make them move. I'm not notifying them. Your option is up. May I get out of my house? That'd be stupid. I got a tenant that's been paying me 2 years, got a bunch of money in my possession that it is already forfeited. If the 2 years goes by, I unearth what I want them to move. But Ron, don't you have to put the deposit in an escrow account? Yeah, I do. It's called Hip National Bank. That's my bank account. And guys, there is no escrow account. I'm not holding money for other people. I'm taking a non-refundable deposit or a piece of the down payment, whatever you want to call it, and it's my money because if they buy, it gets credited to them at closing. So they don't. That's that much less they got to bring to closing. If they do not buy, they forfeit it. Clearly understood on my first contact with them. Pointed out to them later in front of an attorney and signed off on a CYA letter. They're not getting their deposit back if they move. But again, that's exactly what most of them do. For reasons I don't even care. Honestly, I don't even ask them why they're moving. Do you, Andrew? I know you got the same thing. I don't care why they're moving.
I don't.
All I care about is when will you be out? Because then what am I going to do? Well, then I got to go out and I got to do it all over again and collect another 20, 30, 40,000 bucks. It's a pit, man. It's a pit.
And it's one of those things where, you know, we just set up people for winning on both sides. When we buy them, we give them what they need. We buy it. And when we sell, we give them what they need to succeed and to go buy the house. But
and if you think about it, it's a heck of a public service that we offer these folks. We don't get any credit for it, but they're not going to buy a house unless we help them get cleaned up and get ready to where they can qualify. And now we're giving them 2 years to live in this house and pretend like it's their own and do everything they need to do. But some reason they just don't seem to do it. And I don't even push them to do it. I'm not going to make them go get their credit cleaned up. I'm not going to make them do anything. I hand them the keys and I forget about them until they call me and tell me they're moving. And every once in a while tell me that they're getting qualified for a bank loan. But it's your money. You keep it. You put it in your bank account. You don't have to give it back. You don't have to take it to closing. It's your money the day you get it. Great big fat checks. How often will you find a tenant buyer with 30 grand? Well, that depends. It depends largely on where you live. For example, Andrew's from Evansville, Indiana, where the houses are way below average for across the, what are they now? You know what your average sales price is nowadays?
I think we've gone up tremendously. I think we're at 140 now, Ron.
Oh goodness, you're at 140 now.
Okay. All of our West Coasters says that's a doghouse.
This must be where all the broke people in America go to live, huh? No. But if you're in an average market where 140 is your average price being sold, then obviously in that price range, you ain't going to get $30,000 down on the whole. However, every now and then you will, but I wouldn't count on it. So you're going to take a less down payment.
Got 35,000 down recently on a $79,000 property, but that's not super common. It does happen every now and again.
Yeah, it's not normal though.
No.
And you get that because you keep your mouth shut and don't tell people what you want down, which we're coming to. Never name the down payment, never name the monthly payment, or you won't be getting these kind of deposits. So if you're in a higher bracket, like in Jacksonville, it's over 200 now, median price. But your prime market for all of you listening is going to be at or above the median price home in your city. And in fact, you can just get your phone out and tell, "Hey Siri, what's the median price home in wherever you live?" And she'll come up with an answer, so you'll know what that is. I want the higher priced homes, not the lower priced homes where you're going to get most of your wholesale junkers at. So in the terms business, I want to start at medium and go up, and I don't care how far you go up. So that's going to depend on where you live. If you're working in houses that sell for $300,000, you won't have too much trouble getting a $30,000 down payment. If you're working on houses that sell for 150, you'll have a lot of trouble. So you just adapt to the marketplace. On the other hand, you'll do more deals in the lower end. You just don't get as much money per deal. The higher you go up, less deals you'll do, but the more money you'll make per deal. So you adapt with the market. And frankly, if you live in a high price market like San Francisco or many, many others around the country, it's actually an advantage to you because you're forced to deal in high price property, higher price. And that means you're forced to get larger checks because the more money you waller in, the more stick to you. I just don't want to mess with anything. In fact, we got a wholesale deal right now. We're only going to make 20 grand on it. And kind of boring to me. I can remember a time though when I'd crawl over mountains for $20,000, but that time is gone. And we have a choice whether we want to work for small money or larger money. So at $20,000 a deal minimum, you might want to ask yourself how many of those you need before you're out of work, and how many of those you need per month before you have a different lifestyle than you currently have. Andrew.
Yeah, when it comes to that, for me, that was the biggest shift because my first wholesale deal was $3,000.
Mine too.
And that's awesome. Well, I was a few years behind you. So for me, getting over, a $10,000 check takes the same amount of work versus a 20 versus a 3. Frankly, the more money down you get, the easier they are to deal with, from my experience. And that was a massive shift for me.
I got one under contract right now for $80,000. It's a probate, and we have another contract on it already for $102. And to me, that's pretty darn close to a time waster. But I'm going to take the 20 grand. I'm going to force myself to take the 20 grand. So I think I got a couple more in here. We just did. So here's another one I got. Now this one needed some repairs, a lot of repairs. So you got to understand the terms thing works in nice houses, but also works in ugly houses like this one that come with a debt. Even if they don't come with a debt, you find yourself, if you get trained, giving the seller a small down payment and then giving them short-term balloon on the balance if you intend to rehab it and retail it or wholesale it. In this case, it came with $155,000 debt, but look at it, $25,000 worth of repairs to most of the people. Looks like at least 50. This was one ugly house. And the seller agreed to finance it for 10 years. And frankly, I just make the payment that they were making on their loan, and cost me $2,500 for closing costs, because when you buy a property and you don't give the seller any money, you're probably going to have to pay the closing costs instead of expecting them to bring a check to closing to sell the house to you. So simple lease option. This is what I call a work for equity on a 2-year term. It took 24 days to find a tenant buyer to bring me 20 grand. I sold it to them for $199. I didn't actually sell it to them, but I at least optioned it to them for $199. So they only owe me $179. I owe $155. So my guess is they're never going to buy. In fact, I've only had one tenant buyer in my life that bought on a work for equity that actually did the work and went out and got a loan and cashed me out. Only one. And I don't know how many I've done, but tons of them. I learned this back in the 80s, actually. So I'm collecting $1,500 a month rent, and I'm paying out $1,200 a month rent. So I'm getting $300 a month positive cash flow on a house that needed total rehab that I haven't touched. I haven't done any work to the house and don't intend to, and I'm still getting the cash flow and the down payment on my work for equity. It means that they buy the house below market, they do the work with their money and their labor in exchange for a discounted price and probably even a lower than normal rent. Now, well, in this case, they got all of that.
When you taught me that, my whole world changed. I don't do rehabs no more.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you. Because when I can get $300 a month of a house I haven't touched that needs total rehab and net 17.5 and get $24,000 worth of equity, and if and when they ever pay it off, it just takes all the fun out of rehabbing to me. So I'd rather, by the way, I can do 10 of these before I can rehab one house. Never touch the house. And in this case, incidentally, I don't guarantee the systems for 30 days. When I work for equity, they take it as is, where is, and they're responsible. Every single thing has to be done with that house for as long as they're in it. And I don't care whether roof, AC system, or whatever, they're responsible for it. But what if they don't fix the house and buy it within 2 years? Well, I don't ever ask myself that because I know they're not going to fix it and they're not going to buy it within 2 years, and I don't care. Okay, they live there till they move, and they move out. I do it again, and then when they move out, I do it again. And when they move out, I do it again. I got one house right now, right down the street. I'm on my sixth tenant buyer. I bought the house, I don't remember what years it was, probably about 2013 or so. I've already collected more in non-refundable deposits by far than I paid for the entire property. I've collected rent all these years, netting me about $500 a month. By the way, my IRA owns this house. I don't own it. My IRA, all this is tax-free going into my Roth IRA. So in our world, the world that Andrew and I live in, when people give you a big deposit, they decide they want to move. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. You just made my day. When will you be out? And I don't say that, but I do say, when will you be out? But, I pretend that I'm sad about them moving. And I don't know what your experience is in this, Andrew, but I can tell you right now, with tenant buyers, I don't ever have a problem with repairs after they move. They keep the house up. They treat it like they would treat their own house, and they just apologize for not being able to buy, even though they're going to lose those deposits. So I'm happy for them if they buy. I mean, they certainly deserve it. That's for sure. They put the money down, but they just didn't carry forward. I mean, we're a lazy society. If it involves very much work, we're not going to do it. So I get monthly, I get debt reduction, I get appreciation, I get depreciation, and along the way I get some repairs done, because they always do some repairs to the property. Every time I get it back, I get better shape than when I put them in it. So you get all these goodies. In fact, if you're taking screenshots, ladies and gentlemen, you might want to shoot this one, because you'll tend to forget some of these benefits in holding on to property. The longer you hold the property, the more money you will make. Now, that's totally contrary to what flippers teach, rehabbers teach, wholesalers teach, what Andrew teaches, wholesaling houses, what I teach, wholesaling houses. On the other hand, there's more to business than flipping a house. In fact, I hate the word anymore, Andrew. Flipping means they're quickly selling it. And what that means is they're losing all these goodies right here. Flipping means different things. I think most people think flipping is rehabbing and retailing it. But then again, what's wholesaling? Flipping. On the other hand, when I put a tenant buyer in a house, I'm not flipping the house. I still own the house, probably for a long, long time. Now, this one down the street I was telling you about, 6 tenant buyers. And then I decided we need to go in there and renovate this thing. So we just did that. So now we're going to be looking for our 7th tenant buyer here shortly. And I'll get more money down when I put somebody in that little 2-bedroom unit than I just spent on rehabbing the whole unit. And then I'll just keep collecting rent on that thing, or my IRA will, till I'm dead. Then Beverly will get it. God knows what she'll do with it. probably give it to Hard Rock Casino.
High risk investing, is that what it is?
Yeah, yeah. So they made a goose live forever. Okay, Ron, why would the seller take a monthly payment? Why? Quit asking why. It doesn't matter why, what, when, and how. By the way, when you see my script here, you'll see that we don't make them an offer. We let them talk and make us offers. Most of them are not. Only the ones that need to sell will take a monthly payment. Now, here's some reasons why they want a quick sale. Now, debt relief is a big one. Both those that I showed you of mine are both, they want to get out of the debt because they weren't living in the house anymore. Stress relief, of course, debt relief, stress relief may be the same thing or may not be. Selling the house is stressful to a lot of people. They're simply not qualified to do it, or they've already made a mess of it. And they don't have any closing costs. When I bought a house, paid a closing cost most of the time, and no commissions. And a lot of people don't sell a house because they're embarrassed to show it. I mean, it's just not ready to show. Maybe it smells like cat urine, or maybe it's a hoarder house that's piled with junk. And I understand why they wouldn't. That's why they also don't list it with a realtor. They're just not ready to have people coming through their house. And if they're free and clear, think of that now, they're going to get a monthly payment out of the house plus the purchase price that you established. So they're actually getting a return on their money, the same as they put it in the stock market, but likely a way more higher return than they're going to get in the stock market. So I always ask them, if they, if the house is free and clear, what are you going to do with the money if you get it? I'm going to invest it. Well, why not invest it back in your own house and let me give you a rate of return on your money that is about as safe as anything you can ever invest in, way safer than the stock market for sure. And sometimes they don't want their kids to get a lump sum of money. The elderly, I've run across several of those. They'd just rather leave them an income stream. But about 75% of the time, and the seller doesn't get any money, or they're waiting, they'll get what I owe them later. For example, if I'm buying a house for what's owed on it, obviously the seller's not getting any money. If I'm buying a house for more than what's owed on it, we're going to structure it so that the seller waits till we get cashed out for them to get cashed out on their equity. And so we're only dealing with the sellers who are willing to do that and do not have to have all the cash out of their house right now, which is why that's one of the very first questions in my script, to pre-screen them out. So you're simply making the payment directly to their bank. You're not paying the seller anything. They don't have to mess with collecting and paying. You're doing it all for them. And just a little old permission sheet that closing allows you to do that. And frankly, all the houses that I buy, I pay the bank. I don't pay the seller.
Same here.
Same here. Yeah. You don't have to learn that lesson very often. No personal liability, no balloon. Look at this deal I just showed you. There's no liability because I took over that 182. I did not go down to the bank and qualify to assume it. That would be an absolute no-no. And since I took over the 182 and there was no balloon in it, because I asked, I assume you're okay if I make your payments till the loan is paid off. They said yes. And that was the end of that. I didn't make a big deal out of it. So there's no balloon. So I literally got 24 years worth of financing with no application and no personal liability, because my land trust signed on the note to the seller. On this case, no, I think we took this one subject to, come to think about it. So there is no note to the seller. So there's no note for my land trust to sign. We just took over their debt, making payments on it. And it needs a little bit of repairs, but I didn't make them. So this is a very good example of a golden goose.
When you meet the right sellers, you're the answer to their prayers. That's what I always remind everyone when I talk.
You will know immediately, won't you? I mean, within seconds after you get on the phone, you're going to recognize the fact that they're a seller you want to work with or not. And again, you're not going to work with most of them. So how many sellers do I need to get a deal? Well, gosh, I don't know, because that depends on the source of your leads, your training, and how you handle that closing call. It's better you get at that, the less leads you need. Andrew, I'll put you on the spot. What do you think? How many leads? Everything you do to get leads. How many? Put them all in a pile. How many total leads do you think get one deal?
Well, my numbers are, I guess, a little more on the impressive side at the moment. So when I was outbound calling to for sale by owners only, the worst leads I could be calling, it was 1 out of 40 to 50. now, right now, with everybody calling me, because I buy leads of people who raise their hand and want to sell to us, it's about every 10th to 11th person I talk to.
Okay. So what you're telling me is you started out with low quality leads
Yep.
called quantity leads, but then you learned that to pay a little money and get some quality leads, you get a lot better results. And frankly, the cost of what those leads cost is irrelevant to what they gain you in these high transaction values like we have in real estate that other businesses don't have. I've had restaurants, there ain't no such thing as a high transaction value. A whole bunch of little deals, a little, teeny little bit of profit, if any, on any of them. And when it's all said and done, teeny little bit of profit at the end of the month, if in fact you have a profit. My restaurants, many months I had to feed them by writing a check. So the better you get, the less calls, the better you get at getting quality. Two keys: quality leads and mastering the closing call, which is a two-minute conversation where you're reading a script. But it starts right here with my property information sheet. And this is what our virtual assistants will fill out for you. We make about 60,000 calls a month to get these things filled out for our customers. And then you look down, and when you get to the end of this, you got all the information you need to before you make an outbound call to the seller and then get to my scripts. But if you look on this, I want you to look at paragraph, we're in middle block where it says B. Our virtual assistants are screening them ahead of time for you, first pre-screen, because it says sometimes we pay cash and sometimes we make payments until your loan is paid off. Of course, if we pay cash, it's going to be a considerably lower price than the terms price. Would you like to hear other options other than cash? And that would be a yes or no answer. So if they answered yes, they want to hear options other than cash. So they're better candidates to do terms with. Now, of course, we can't do terms with all of them. They're not all deals just because they say yes, but at least they've separated themselves out from the masses that won't sell for anything but cash. One little, there you go, you can read it. One paragraph separates them out and makes them high suspects or medium prospects. But it all starts with this property information sheet. And your goal is to get a whole bunch of these on your desk every single week so that you can get your 1 out of 10 or even less on some of those quality leads. Some of them 1 out of 7. And you're right. The ones that we will furnish you leads every day in your inbox on our Gold Club, but they're quantity leads. They're people who simply list their house on the market, on the internet, and you got to call a lot of them to get a deal out of them, but deals are still there. Every time I do a live boot camp, we do deals during that event because students brought in these leads and our mentors call them while they're in class. And Andrew's done a lot of that himself in the past for us. So we can help you cut out all the time you're going to spend calling those leads and get it right down to the ones that you're going to call back. I'm going to give you more than 7 inexpensive ways to get leads in my term system, which I'll tell you about here in just a minute. But there's a whole bunch even outside of that, all kinds of places. And you get some from Andrew. He's got his own sources of leads. Some of those are built into my system, some aren't. I'll also get you some information on our VA service, which I'm sure you're going to need VA service if you're going to do this business. Small dollars you pay to hire humans to do all the work for you that you don't have time or shouldn't be doing to begin with. Even your inbound calls will go to Pat Live. Pat Live's a 24-hour answering service, same one Andrew uses. And it's for a couple $100 a month. You literally have taken off your back 24 hours a day, all inbound calls from sellers and or buyers. So if you're ever going to get automated, this is the first step right here. I mean, you don't waste hours on the phone talking to worthless suspects. Remember, the less I do, the more I make. The last thing you need to be doing is spending your day talking to the same people who ask the same questions over and over again. They're then sent to you. So Pat Live sends them to you immediately, and then you forward them to your virtual assistant who calls and gets a PI sheet filled out, and then they send them to you or put them right up on your desktop if you're in our CRM system called Dreams. Now you simply use the appropriate script and make an appointment when you get the right answer. So here's the closing call script. So you got property information sheet in your hand. And now you got the script sitting over here. And now you got any questions that the sellers ask, I've answered for you in the system. They're sitting here. Okay. So this script starts out the same way. Hi, John. This is Ron. I'm calling you about the house you discussed with my assistant yesterday. You got a minute? I kind of like to wait for them to say, yeah, I got a minute. And then you say, well, listen, I got all the information here, so I don't need to go over all that again. But my information says that you are okay with listening to options other than cash. Okay. Now, if they say, okay, there's your benefits right below. I'm not going to sit here and try to read them to you. By the way, if you want to take a screenshot of that, so it's okay with me. But I give them all the reasons why they might want to consider terms other than cash. And then at the bottom, we ask them, do you think that would appeal to you? And then if they say yes, we go to an appointment script. And the appointment script, it just has 2 key ingredients in it. And I don't think I have that up here. And they are, well, I'm sorry, if they say yes to that, we go to the $1 million script, with the 3 key ingredients, 3 most important questions that you need to ask the seller. And in fact, they're the only reason you need to be on the call is to get those 3 questions answered. So, Andrew, I bet you could answer those 3 questions, couldn't you?
I bet I could.
Okay. Of course, when you started, you couldn't.
No, I couldn't when I started, but now it's the whole purpose of the call. In fact, my closing calls are not more than 3 or 4, sometimes 5 minutes usually, because it just don't take long to get the proper answers and find out if we're going to do business or not.
Nope. So I'll tell you what, you be my seller and I'll call you. All right.
Perfect.
All right. So ring, ring, ring.
Hello.
Hey, Andrew, this is Ron calling from my assistant. Talked to you yesterday about your house, and I'm following up. You got a minute?
I do, Ron.
Okay, good. Listen, I've got all the information here, and it indicates that you would listen to other options other than all cash. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was leaning toward just a cash offer, but it sounds interesting, so I'm open.
All right. Well, there's a lot of things I can do for you that a cash offer won't do. And then I'm going to go right down that list. I don't feel like reading that right now, but right there's the questions I'd ask. When I got to the bottom, I say, well, does this sound like something you could work with?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, now here comes the $1 million script. Right here comes the $1 million script. So listen very closely. Well, Andrew, I got here that you're asking $275 for your house. Listen, if we can come to terms on the rest of the stuff, is that the best you can do?
I could maybe do 272.
Well, you're heading in the right direction. Now, what's the best you can do?
I could do 268.
Okay. All right. Remember now, I'm going to close on this thing. I'm paying all your closing costs. All right. You don't have to be out of the house the day we close on it. In fact, if you want to leave furniture, leave some, take some. I don't care what you take. And we close with an attorney. We're going to do it right. Make sure you're protected. And I'll close when you're ready. You just tell me when you want to close. The sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. So is 268 the best you can do?
I could do 265.
All right. Well, let's leave it there for now. And when I see the house, I'll tell you for sure whether I can go 265 or not. Okay.
Perfect.
All right. We usually buy with nothing down. Okay.
Nothing. Okay.
Now, our listeners are not going to believe that people say, okay, are they?
Most of the time, more times than not, they do. But what if they don't? All right, let's change the script. You use about.
Just let me finish that. If they say okay, the best thing we can do is shut the hell up and move to the next question. Okay, because first thing we're going to train you to do is shut up, not talk too much. Talk too much, talk too fast, and we don't beg. All right, so go ahead. You want to make it tough on it? Hit me. We usually buy with nothing down. Okay.
Well, my realtor told me I'd do that. I should get 20%.
Your realtor did. Did you ask your realtor if they wanted to buy the house and put up 20%?
Well, no, they just been a friend and they was just advising me.
Right. They just list the house. I buy the house at my risk and I pay the closing cost. You want to sell it or you want to list it?
I want to sell it.
Okay. So we're down to this down payment. You said that I said that I usually buy with nothing down, and you said no. What did you have in mind?
Well, if you could give me 10,000, I think that would get me where I need to be.
10,000. Well, we usually buy with nothing down. How close to nothing can you get?
3,000.
Okay. All right. Let's leave it there then until I see the house. All right.
All right.
All right. One last question here. I see your payment is $1,582. I assume you're okay if I just keep paying on that until it's paid off?
Yes.
All right. So now we're going to go to appointment script. Andrew, are you married? Anybody else on the house besides you?
I'm not, just me.
Just you. Okay. So when I come out to your house, if I like what I see and we agree on the terms, are you ready to sell your house now and get some paperwork done while I'm there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll see you you tell me what time, and that'll be the end of that conversation. All right.
Perfect.
Now, hey, John, could you get me some water, please? So now, all of you listening, did you hear me make Andrew an offer? Are they answering? You can see them. I can't see them. Are they answering?
They're answering.
All right. I did not make him an offer. He made me the offer. What's the least you could take? We usually buy with nothing down. I assume you're okay if I make your payment. And he said, yes, yes, yes. He made me an offer. So I just accepted his offers. And that's why I went to the appointment script and made the appointment. If you just follow my simple scripts, that's really all you have to do right there to get them in or get them out. And then sometimes you need to have a system to follow up on, which we provide for you, so that sometime in the future, when they change their mind, then they come back into your circle. By the way, you'll buy more houses with a follow-up than you buy on the first go-around. Is that true for you?
Absolutely.
All right. So we let sellers make us an offer by answering their questions. And one of the most important things that I could teach you is ask questions and answer their questions with questions. Wouldn't you agree? Is that fair?
Absolutely. I love that.
Okay. All questions. I hate making calls. It scares me to death. Well, then get someone else to do it. I hate doing stuff too. Just get somebody else to them. Give them a little bit of money for their time and their efforts. Swapping hours for dollars.
And Ron, that was one of my biggest things when I started was it's so easy to let the other person begin to ask the questions. And something you teach is that he or she who asks the question controls the call.
You just gotta condition yourself to shut the hell up. And now when you ask questions to them, now it's up to them to come back and answer your questions. So instead of you doing a seminar and trying to teach and preach, talking too much and begging, because if you're not careful, the first thing, everybody begs. Nobody is good at this stuff when they start, but it's only a little bit of practice with the scripts until you'll be surprised how big of a difference in your conversation ability is, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, it goes way beyond real estate. When you are capable of mastering the conversation, you're going to get a whole lot more than you will if you just do normal habits, teaching, preaching, and begging. Just the tone of your voice sometimes means you're begging, and we're going to help you cure all those problems if you wish. Once you do, it serves you inside and outside of real estate for the rest of your life. So would you make 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 calls, 2 or 3 minute calls to get an extra 20 grand? Just one house? What are you doing now to get that 20 grand? I promise you it's taking up more of your time than making a handful of 2-minute calls during the week in whatever time you have. Now you got to do, make an appointment, go to the house, finish up whatever's not finished up on the phone, and get a contract. Contract, big whoop-de-doo. Here's a contract right here. Look at the size of this monster. I'm telling you, it is a big old whopping 2 pages, front and back. It'll work anywhere in the country. We're not realtors. We don't have 13-page contracts. Okay, it's all you need right here. And when you read it, you'll see that it's in layman's terms. I'll teach it to you, and so you can master it. But frankly, it's nothing more than going down the blanks and fill in the blanks. And pretty soon you can do it. I can fill out any contract in 90 seconds. And don't forget, when you go to the house, you're not an interruption. The seller asks you to come. You're a welcome guest, not an unwanted pest. That's a big difference in attitude change as well. Of course, the agreements and scripts are all in my courses. There's only 2. There's one to buy and sell, and there's another one to lease purchase from the seller. Now, there's a third one to where you install a tenant buyer in the house. But honestly, you're going to send that to your attorney, and they're going to fill that out for you. Anyway, so you've only got 2 agreements, and both of them are simple 1-page agreements. So let's suppose you want to replace an $80,000 job. 20 grand each minimum. That's only 4 deals in a whole year, for crying out loud. So once I change your thinking, you'll be dealing in higher priced houses with no more money or risk. And trust me, your profit will be more than $20,000. I don't even want to try to convince you how much more, because you're not going to believe it, but you're going to be shocked when you find out how much money there really is in this business. I can give you a list of people my arm's length long that have netted over 6 figures on one house, more than most people make in 1 year swapping hours for dollars. Bet you didn't believe that either, did you, when you started?
Oh, I had a hard time fathoming 20 grand, let alone a bigger check when I started.
Yeah, well, that's because you come from a very low end background in a very low end city, and were trained from birth to think broke.
Never made over 30 grand in a year before 2014 when I met you.
You know what? I don't think I did either back then. That was in 1982, for crying out loud. And my first check was $3,000, and it's the most important check I ever got in my whole life. It got me going. So again, the higher price, the bigger deposit. For example, if I'm going to put a tenant buyer in $1 million house, I ain't going to take less than 100 grand. Just for the record, they're going to have to go. They have to have 200 grand if they got great credit, and they go to the bank and they get a loan. That'll take them. They don't have to go to the bank with me, at least not now. They can move in and pay rent and take their time getting the property refinanced. And want to get out of a job? Don't need very many of these deals to get out of a job. How many take you, Andrew?
Like 3.
Yeah, that just means your job sucked. That's all. All right. So why are these houses so easy to sell? Of course, the answer is terms. House is 10 times easier to sell with terms than it is for cash. And remember, 70% of the market is hungry for you. You're the great gatekeeper. They're looking for you. They're looking for a way to get into the American dream of home ownership. And without you, they're not going to get into the house because they can't qualify at the bank. Make it easy to buy, and it's easy to sell. And I am the loan committee. I'm the loan arranger. So how do you find these people? Well, to be honest with you, in the past couple, 3 years, we don't do anything but run an ad on Facebook Marketplace and run another ad on Craigslist, and that's generally all we need. We usually do put a sign in front of the house, but honestly, I used to put up about a bunch of these pointer signs. I don't even do that anymore in this market. Now, when the market changes and it slows down, we're going to put back up a whole bunch more pointer signs. That's true. But right now, we're getting more applicants than we need, because right now it's harder to go to the bank and get a loan, and the interest rates are higher, and they are going to get a whole lot easier and better deal with us than they will going to the bank, and they don't have to come up with 20% down to put me in the house, or put them in the house. So very easy to get buyers, and the system will take care of them for you. If they're coming in by phone, they go to Pat Live, and then they come to you, and you just call the ones with money and ask them how much they can put down and how much can they pay per month. And that's the 2 big questions right there to determine whether you want to even go any further with them. Pat Live's going to ask those questions before you even get the lead. Therefore, you know what you're dealing with before you pick up the phone and call them back. 24 hours a day, Pat Live. If they're coming to you online, they're coming to your website, they're being asked the same questions. So to fill out a little form there, you're getting the same answers. How much can you put down? What's the most you can pay per month? Then you get them on the phone. And if you like the amount of money they give you, then you give them the lockbox code. If I give them the lockbox code, it means they got thousands of dollars that I've gotten out of them right on the telephone, or I have no reason to give them the lockbox code. Well, I don't want people going into my house that I know can't buy it. So you're not going to have a herd of people go through your house, but I'll bet you don't have more than 2 at the most, because you know how much money they got before you send them. When they go out to the house and they can see, I can get into this home without going to the bank, it's not a hard decision for them. They're fighting over the house. You're not fighting over getting somebody to want the house. So you only call them a few. You don't show houses. We don't show houses. That's grunt work. That's kind of stuff the realtors want to do. I have no interest. So when we give them the lockbox code, they go in the house, they look around, they dream on their own. We tell them, get back to us immediately. We're getting a lot of calls on the house, create the sense of urgency. And then if they want the house and we want them because they got enough money then we'll have a meeting and we'll get some other questions answered, and I'll get some more information from them that I might need. I'll get a copy of their driver's license, and then I'll get a $2,500 non-refundable option deposit, and we'll set them up with an attorney 2 or 3 days later to go sign the lease option agreement, and then they'll get the keys. But we never name the down payment, and we never name the monthly payment. Remember, let the buyers tell us what they can do before we open our big mouths and tell them what we'll let them do. Ye who speak first have big tennis shoe in thy mouth. And you never know what they're going to say. And you can't judge people by looking at them. But when I ask them what's the most you can put down, I'm going to get the answers. And of course, then I'm going to say, is that the best you can do, and try to get them up. So we're only going to work with a few that come through that pass the sniff test. They don't know it, but they're literally silently bidding on the house. All right. I can tell you right now that very few people expose you to using your IRA to make money in real estate. You can use your IRA and grow very, very wealthy very quickly, tax-free, by simply a marginal twist of what you're currently doing outside your IRA. And I can promise you, without going into a great detail, that tax-free is always better than taxed legally. How will I know it work here? Well, I don't know. It probably won't. If you say it won't, it probably won't. Don't you think, Andrew?
True.
If you're convinced it won't work there, it won't.
I was in a city of 400 people when I met you. And
Yeah.
so I had to go a city over where there was actually more than 400 people, and it worked perfectly.
Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I don't care where you live. I don't care what city you live in. If there's houses there, it'll work there. Okay. It's been working there. It'll continue to work there because people always have a house to sell and other people always want to buy. And that's a beautiful thing about this commodity that we're in called real estate. It's not going to go out of style. It's not going to leave us. People always have to have shelter. And some of those people will sell on terms for reasons you haven't even heard me explain yet. So you just got to quit trying to convince yourself that it won't work there. And if you don't think it's going to work there, then why don't you ask yourself, is anybody else making money here in real estate? And I bet you come up with the answer. Next question ought to be, what's wrong with me? What do I need to fix? No matter what you do in life, others will try to steal your dreams. So be very careful to whom you listen, because there's people, all kinds of people are going to tell you it ain't going to work. It's a scam. It don't work here, or blah, 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 blah. And they're all broke. So don't listen to them. Broke people can't help you get rich. Be careful to whom you listen. Broke people aren't qualified. We get letters like this all the time. Our walls are full of them here from you, from students all over the country, showing us checks, sharing us with us. Look at $50,000 on one deal Heidi made. Sophia's become a real rock star down in Southeast Florida. There's just one of her $25,000 checks. Another $25,000 check from Joe here, from Indiana. And Ben here, $23,000 check from Texas. I'm telling you, come down to my office sometime here in Jacksonville, and you'll see them. They're all over the place. I even got one here from a guy named Andrew Schlag hanging up on my wall. I forgot how much it was for, but I remember I got it. All right. So, look at this one. $40,800 on one house. Very nice. So I'm going to give you a chance to get your feet into this business and learn what it works. And you're going to how it works, and then you're going to make a decision on whether today's the day or not. And I'm going to make it as easy for you as I can. So what you're going to learn is the in-terms business from beginning to end. The best I can put it on audio for you or on video. How to build a cookie cutter system to get deals going over and over and over again. And after a while, it truly is just a cookie cutter. You're not going to have to go out and reinvent anything. How to build a residual income that lasts for years, as I've been discussing. Your average monthly spread should be $300,000 to $500,000. And frankly, that's on cheap stuff like Andrew deals in. My monthly spread is considerably higher than that. I prefer houses between $400,000 and $1 million, to be honest with you, because I have no more risk with them when I get a lot bigger paydays. In Evansville, Indiana, the mayor probably lives in a $400,000 house, don't you think?
Very possible.
You got high-priced houses there, don't you?
On rare occasion in Evansville, we'll come across one that's 300,000 or 400,000.
Well, don't go to Evansville.
and I got a partner in San Francisco, and so we're familiar with all prices.
Boy, that's bottom to top. That's for sure.
Yes, it is.
All right. Basically, if you get my system, I'm going to take you step by step in terms you can understand, with all the agreements, all the scripts, which are critical and worth many times the cost of this system. And class on agreements. It's an hour and a half class where I went through the agreements with you. And automated selling system and all the systems manuals. 14 hours of training. Plus it comes with a 90-day helpline. I got a human being answer the phone 5 days a week, 7 hours a day. Anything, questions you have. And I got 2 hours of structuring deals. That's where Andrew and other mentors went out and called the leads the students brought in. And the ones that we got deals on, I discussed those in class, and you get 2 hours of me showing you what we're going to do with this deal. What do you think the exit strategy is, and what is it worth to you? They're all over the board. And an hour of me on the phone calling them myself. All digital, so you can watch on any device, including your old cell phone here. In other words, no sense in sending you a CD. You don't have any place to put them anymore. No place to play them. So you get the link immediately. What's it going to cost you? Well, that depends. Retails for $14.97. So I'm not going to charge you that because Andrew says not to. And we kind of try to work together and make it as easy as we can for our folks to get involved. You can buy it with 4 payments of $249, which is $996, or you can buy it with 1 payment of $897, which is a big discount I'm offering you today because you're here. And right there is where you get it. AndrewSchlag.com/Ron LeGrand and the phone number. AndrewSchlag.com/Ron LeGrand and the phone number. I'm giving you 30 minutes to call in and get this deal. This course by itself costs $14.97. It's $8.97 right now. And I'm about to make it worth a whole lot more for you. You got 30 days to totally change your mind. You don't need excuses. 100% refund. Just let us know. Let Andrew know. And here's how you can get it for free. There's a certificate that comes with it that says if you do a deal within 90 days, I will send you a check for $1,000. Just send me proof of the deal. I'll send you a check. And if you don't think we send them out, we send them out. You could say we pay you to get started. We send them out on a regular basis. So I'll be happy to send you back a $1,000 check. But Rod, I only paid $897. Well, it's bonus day. This is my shameless bribe to get you out there and get you moving forward. And you know as well as I know, when you get this system, you and I are going to be spending more time together in the future. And that's the only reason I'm giving away this thing to you, because I know we're going to build a long relationship. And I'm also going to give you a $1,000 certificate to upgrade to the 4-day quick start real estate school that I still teach once a month. Some of them are virtual, some of them are live. And Andrew's been to it many, many times, working with us, so working with calling leads and working with the students. How many times do you think you've been in my boot camp, Andrew?
A lot. But the one I remember the most was April 23rd, 2014. I arrived in Atlanta, Georgia.
The first one, yeah.
Yeah, that one changed my world. But yeah, lots of them.
Yeah. Let Uncle help you pay. I don't know what tax bracket you're in. Let's say you're in a 25% bracket. Well, Uncle Sam, that's so $897. I don't know, the $225 that you're not going to spend. $225 that you're not going to send in taxes just because you bought this course. 90-day helpline. Again, you got 90 days. There's somebody available to you to answer your questions and or with emails and phone. All the documents you need are in the file to do the business. And we're going to go over them and others when I actually see you live, but you got everything you need in here to go out and buy a house on terms and put a tenant buyer in it. All the agreements, everything that you need, filled out and blank. All the seller's objections are in there. They're not really objections. They're just questions the seller may ask you. And I've got all of the answers in there so that you can quickly respond to them, and you'll find out pretty soon. They're all the same questions anyway. Once you got a handful of them in your head to how to answer them quickly and be on the offense, not the defense all the time. Offense, never defense, never beg. You'll find that after a short while, it'll be fun to get on the telephone and not something you dread. My $1 million scripts for both sellers and buyers. If you can read, you can talk to sellers and buyers. Watch me discuss the exit potential revenue on all the deals we did in class from the students. You're going to be blown away when you see how much money that we put together in just a couple of days for students that brought in leads. Sometimes there's over $1 million worth of wealth created just from that exercise we're doing in class. But we're doing the real deal. We're calling real sellers when we do them live in class. You're going to hear me doing that here in this course. Again, live calls made by me. So $897, that's a lot of money, I guess. Maybe 5% of your first minimum deal. Nothing if I actually send you $1,000 rebate back. So literally you got it for free. But Ron, I can get real estate training cheaper. Yeah, I suppose you can. What's the difference? Well, number one, I'm old. There ain't nobody more experienced at it than I am. And in fact, I probably have taught most of the people that you're getting any training from. Folks, you can't buy experience. The only way you can get experience is age. And the older I get, the more experience I have. I've done, well over 3,000 single family houses, still doing this very day, have my own system working right now, and also residential and commercial property. I have 30 employees back here to service you. And I promise you, they do nothing all day long but take care of the clients that we bring into the system. And we've been around since 1995 as Global Publishing, and I've been teaching long before that. Been in the business 41 years, been teaching 36. I've got specialized knowledge, and frankly, I don't know anybody that knows more about this business than me, because they're all dead. Most of the gurus are my past students, and in fact, I teach the teachers. You're looking at one of them right now. A young man who started at 21 years old, was smart enough to actually get into real estate. Not too long into it, figured out that he liked the teaching. He liked people coming up to him and asking them how they can do what he's doing, and that's how we all get into it. And from there, they build careers. I've helped a lot of people do just exactly what Andrew is doing. And frankly, if you get to the point to where you are comfortable with what you're doing and you want to teach, come see the old guy if I'm still around. I made more real estate millionaires than all the other gurus combined. To my best guess, to be honest, nobody knows how many real estate millionaires we make. They don't report to us. So, we don't have a chart where we keep track on it, but I can tell you the fact that I've been around so long and the stuff we teach works. A good example being Andrew, obviously. We have a ton of millionaires out there today, and some of them have become really, really big players in the industry. In fact, I got a testimonial letter out there on my wall. Andrew, you've seen it. It's poster size. A student sent it to me framed. And he's telling me how he's over $100 million in commercial property since he came to my commercial boot camp, and climbing fast. So you never know where you're going to go from where you start. You just never know. First thing we want to do is try to get your cash flow going, try to put you in a position to where you're growing wealth and running a business that's taking care of you. And then you never know where that's going to take you. You won't write checks. You won't borrow money. You won't make promises you can't keep. Attorneys are going to close everything. And, I got enough to do now. Really, what's that? What are you doing now? It's worth anything. What are you doing is making you 20 grand. Can you spare a few hours a month to pick up one check for 20 grand? I don't think you're that busy. And then what about all these other goodies you get? Remember, every time you pick up a check for 20 grand in the terms business, you got all these things working for you as well. But I already know how to do this. Do you really? Did you make 7 figures last year? If you didn't make 7 figures last year, it's pretty good chance you really don't know how to do this. On the other hand, is it something us men do? We get out here and we get something going. We have a series of successes, and so we think we're pretty cool. The next thing we do is we stop learning. Big mistake. I never stop learning. I will always keep learning. And I'm 76 years old, and I've got a ton yet to learn. But one thing I know, if you're not making at least high 6 figures or 7 figures, you need to learn some more because you're not there yet. Can you go anywhere you want, stay as long as you like, not worry about what's going on while you're gone? If you can do all of that and you have more money available than you can spend, you're well on your way. You're where most people would want to be. Do you spend your entire life chasing the buck and watching your children grow up without you? I did. I was chasing the buck my whole life. My children were adults before I really got to the point to where I didn't have to chase the buck anymore. Don't let that happen to you. And is it having an effect on your relationships? Poor cash flow is the biggest reason actually for divorces. If you want to think about it, causes really big stress, causes arguments. The next thing you know, getting a divorce, all stemming from we don't have enough money in the family to support life. Cash flow cures a lot of problems caused by lack of money. Trust me, I've been broke, I've been rich. Broke sucks. Rich is a lot better. All right. I've made the case. It's up to you. If you need to think about it, what are you going to think about? What is it? You don't need anybody's permission to spend $897 in your future, which you can get back within 30 days if you don't like what you hear. How big a decision is that, for crying out loud? And in fact, if you can't make that decision, I'm wondering what's going to happen when you get into business and have to make some real decisions. Because honestly, if you're in the leader and you can't make decisions, you're going to create bottlenecks and your business is not going anywhere. So I'm going to work with you, try to help you make decisions quickly, take the risk away from you, because in Ron's world, we don't take risk. I've done enough of that. I'm through with that. And I'm going to teach you how to do the same thing. I don't care if your credit sucks. Hope it does. I don't care what your past is. It's totally irrelevant to your future, but you've got to start somewhere. And if you don't get a little bit of basic training on how this business works, you don't even have enough information to decide where you want to go next. So get it right now while it's available, and can't steal in slow motion. And remember, we don't do all the things people think we do. The real estate business is totally different than the outside world knows that it is, because most of the business is done by other people for a very small amount of money. And you get the opportunity to build your cash flow, build your wealth, build your retirement, and build your financial freedom. So is my system all you'll need to do a deal? It's all you need to do a deal, but it's certainly not all you need. There's a whole nother world out there. In other words, in order for you to become a transaction engineer, you're going to have to learn more about than just the terms business. I want you to be able to take a look at any lead you come in and quickly analyze it. Is it better for terms? Is it better for wholesale? Is it better for rehabbing? Or maybe it's better for me to move into? Because yes, you're going to find your next residence while you're looking for deals without qualifying at the bank, without putting up a 20% down payment. So if you call within the next 30 minutes, I'm not only going to send you my term system, but I'm going to throw in my flipping ugly houses fast and my rehabbing Ron's Way systems. These three systems sell for $1,997. You're getting all three of them for $897. You're not going to get that deal after 30 minutes after I quit. Here's a couple of wholesale deals I just did. Look at there, netted 37 on one and 40 on the other. And we did them both in the same month, for crying out loud, on houses we didn't touch, ugly houses. And look at that. That's $77,000 in 1 month, cold hard cash.
That's a good month, Ron.
Yeah, huh?
That's a good month for wholesaling.
Yeah, well, we got another one under contract, and we're working on some terms deals as well. And we're just getting restarted. I was kind of lazy last year. Finally found me an acquisitionist, and we're kicking butt now. So I'm ramping up my machine and doing everything you had to do when you started and everything everybody else has to do. Find some ways to get some quality leads, pick out what you want, and get rid of the ones you don't want, and focus on the one you only need 2 or 3 ways to get deals, and it'll keep you going. And your machine is rolling, and you've satisfied the biggest criteria, and that's generating quality leads. And then once you master the calls, when you generate quality leads and you got a system going, and you're able to get on that telephone and handle that 2 or 3 minute call without freezing up inside, you're done. Frankly, you just cracked the code, because most of this business is now right at your disposal, because right after that, it's all easy. And again, you never know where you're going to wind up. Got 30 minutes, not only to save $603, but to get my other 2 courses at absolutely no charge. All that stuff on there. I'm not going to recap it again. Frankly, if you're not in by now, you're not in. But on the other hand, you better ask yourself, if not now, when? Well, that sounds too good, Ron. Why would you sell me the system so cheap? Oh, come on. It's a shameless bribe to get you in my world. Okay. Just like I did Andrew. In fact, you came in on a TV commercial, didn't you?
Radio commercial for $1 free book.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, aren't you glad you spent that dollar? Or do you want a refund on that book, Andrew?
After that, I quickly upgraded to the course and the live event, and it rocked my world. So I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Yeah. All right. And listen, I told you 30 days. Okay. If I'm not for you, and look, I'm not for everybody, because I'm going to tell it like it is. I'm going to give you 40 years of experience in this thing. And if it's not for you, okay, just send it back. And I'm sure you can find somebody else out there you like more. Well, maybe not, but you won't find anybody that knows more. So it's not a life-threatening decision, but it could very easily be a life-changing decision without risk. So I guess you got the numbers there, don't you? I mean, I've got the numbers up here, but they're probably going to order while they're there if they want it, or they can use these numbers here and order anytime you want. But you got 30 minutes now to get those extra courses and to get that $600 discount. So if you're going to do it right now, and then you don't have to think about it anymore and it's done. So you made the commitment. All right. So Andrew, you want us to take a few questions, or have I talked too much already?
Yeah, we can take a few questions.
All right, here we are. This is awesome. So good to be with you, Ron. And wow, what amazing information. So exciting times. So we're going to take some questions and answers. And I have a couple of questions for you as well, Ron. So are you,
can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, but we can't see you at the moment. Yes, sir.
Well, you can see my 20-year-old photo.
Yes, we can. that works.
Give Nick a chance to get me up there, but if you got questions, I can be answering while we're waiting.
Awesome. Well, we do. So students have some questions.
It's not letting me share the camera.
Oh, Michelle, is that something you can help us out with? Well, Michelle's figuring that out with you. Go ahead, guys, and type in your questions. Awesome.
Let me. I was just watching. Listen, the guarantee is not 30 days; it's 60 days. 60 days, and also I'm going to throw in my IRA course with anybody who orders the terms course, which is a seminar on how to do this inside your IRA and never pay taxes, which is frankly is life-changing information, because money will go 10 times faster tax-free than it will taxed. And of course, I don't know about you, but I give the IRS enough money as it is. So I'm throwing a couple of that. Throwing a couple of those extra things there. All right, fire away.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Ron, for your time today, and what an amazing information you shared. So a couple questions for you, and then delve into questions from the folks. And for those of you making the purchase, there's a little glitch going on. You have to put in www.andrewschlag.com/Ron LeGrand. So you got to type in the W's like back in the day. So how do the students overcome their fear of the business, Ron? What's the number one key you see to overcoming that fear of the business?
Well, first of all, if they understand the basics, if they get the right training, a lot of their fear is going to go away, because they can see they have nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing to fear. We're not using our credit for sure, under no circumstances. And we're not guaranteeing any debt. We're using attorneys to close. We have scripts to make it easy to call people and let them, you ask them questions and they answer their questions with questions, which is a life changer in itself. So the only thing beyond that is practice. As you well know, when you started, you sucked on the telephone. Yeah, I know you did. I was there.
Big time.
You fixed it very quickly. by working on the things that you knew you were doing wrong, because I asked you to record the calls, play them back to yourself. And then you went through my 14 mistakes people make, started working on them. And next thing you know, you figured out that they're not going to ask me a question that I don't know the answers to. So what am I afraid of?
I like that. And, something I'll mention, Ron, when it comes to this business, you met me, I met you when I was 21 years old. And looking back now, it's just so amazing to me what happens when we take those small steps. My world changed. What the Pretty House system that you're giving them an opportunity here for is such a massive shift for the mindset of what most investors think is normal. Unbelievable.
Right.
And so
that's right.
Yeah. So that's the biggest thing I'll see. Go ahead.
You're a wholesaler, and then there's nothing wrong with wholesaling. As you saw, I did a couple of them myself here in the recent past, but I've got an acquisitionist, and that means that I don't even talk to sellers or talk to buyers, because the acquisitionist does all that for me. But I understand everybody's not going to start with one of them, but you're the guy to help them with that as well. So it comes down to getting out of your own way and replacing yourself as soon as possible, but you still need to know the basics before you even attempt to do that.
How's your purpose changed with this business since starting 40 years ago? What's your purpose in doing the business today?
I enjoy doing deals. Forget the money. Well, don't forget the money. Don't forget the money. But I just enjoying the thrill of the chase, to be honest with you. To me, it's so easy. I don't even stir up the molecular structure of my brain to do a deal in terms or whatever, residential and commercial. So it's still fun to do deals. It's even funner to do the ones that make a lot of money. So
yeah,
I enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. And I enjoy teaching it as you do. So why not? What else am I going to do?
Yeah. What's your favorite deal you've done so far out of the 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 you've done or more?
Geez, man, that would probably fall into the commercial line. House deals are cookie cutter. They just keep on doing the same thing, and pretty soon, like in your case, you decided, well, I think I'm going to go try teaching this stuff, and you never know what you're going to get into. Everybody has to start somewhere, and as well as I do how many of my students are going on to do a lot of different stuff. Teaching is one of them. Commercial is another one of them, and what you learning this business will be incorporated in anything else you do, regardless whether it's inside or outside of real estate. But I don't know the best deal I've done. I've done some pretty large commercial deals, Andrew, in 9 different states. I don't really know which one is the best deal I've ever done. There's so many of them. Been at this for 41 years. They all run together after a while.
Absolutely. I can't imagine. That's longer than I've been alive, Ron. What's the number one mistake that you made that's made you who you are today?
I just wrote a book called Lessons Learned.
Oh, that's
and
good.
It wasn't thick enough. Okay. It should have been about that thick. Okay. The number one mistake I think I made in the beginning was probably not getting any help. And, like most men, think you know more than you know, and refusing to let help. In other words, I didn't understand delegating, systemization, or any of that stuff when I started. We did everything. We did all the little grunt work everybody thinks you got to do. And man, when I started learning that I don't have to do any of that crap, it changed everything. And I'll never go back. Trust me. I don't do anything. I delegate everything except sit on here and talk to you and teach. That's all I do anymore. Everything else is done for me. That's a hard lesson,
awesome.
Especially for a man. Yeah. Well,
No
you learned
kidding.
the same thing. I watched you over the years. You learned the same thing. Like you're getting downright lazy. That's a compliment, huh?
Thank you, Ron. Now, type your questions in, guys. It looks like we have some questions coming. We got one here. Start with put Q in front of it so we know what it is. Just got a contract on a pretty house on 30 acres with an additional house on the property with one house 175K, contract 125K. Do I lease option and split land or wholesale to an investor, both houses and the land?
Well, I'm glad to hear you're thinking of splitting. That's the first thing I would think of. But that kind of depends on where that house is sitting on that land as well. Hopefully it ain't dead center of the land. Hopefully it's off to the side. So I can have a surveyor draw a line around that house with whatever it takes, maybe an acre or two, and have a legal description for that and another one for the rest of the property. And that way you can literally sell the house and probably pay for the entire property by just selling the house in 1 or 2 acres, if you understand what I said. And if they don't, you can explain it to them. Okay. Because that's the whole goal here. Get yourself 25, 28 acres free and clear by just selling off the property and paying off the entire debt to the seller or to their lender.
What's the best use for Roth IRA?
What's the best use? Any property that does not come with debt. If it comes with debt, like owner financing or subject to, then when you sell the house, it'll trigger UBIT, which is unrelated business income tax. Means you'll pay taxes even though it's in your IRA. So wholesales are great for your IRA, paying cash and rehabbing it as long as all the money's in your IRA. Your IRA can even borrow money without personally guarantee it, but the minute it does, now you're going to trigger UBIT when the property sells, unless it's paid off at least a year before you sell it, which is not going to be the case on any of the owner financing or subject twos. So anything that doesn't come with debt, and of course, if you want to do debt deals, you probably need to get a solo 401k for that, which is a simple pension plan that your LLC has, but it can't have more than you and your spouse as employees, subject for another discussion. But don't forget, if you want to use your Roth IRA, instead of taking title and buying with owner financing, you can always lease option it inside your Roth, and it won't trigger debt because the lease option is not debt.
Love it. So got a couple more questions before we get to those. I want to reiterate to you guys that what Ron has given you in the Pretty House system and all of the other courses he's added on. And I know, Ron, again, thank you so much for spending your time here with us today. I know you've got another meeting you told me when we talked coming up here in just a few minutes. And I appreciate you. In doing that, what would you say to somebody who's on the fence about investing in their self? 897. Shoot, I remember scraping to that or $6,000 to get to my first quick start in Atlanta in 2014, and that was that was a couple months' wages to me. But what would you say to somebody who's on the fence about making the investment in themselves and getting the training?
We've already spent the last hour and a half explaining that one because, frankly, truth is, if you're not willing to invest $897 in your education, you ain't gonna make it anyway. Okay. There's only 2 places to learn. You can learn from somebody that's qualified to teach, or you can learn from a school of hard knocks, which can cost you way more than $897. So you got to make a commitment to yourself, especially when you can get your money back in 60 days. If you don't like it, there's no risk here, but it's the beginning for you. It's not the end. You know, we have a 4-day training, as I explained, which is Quick Start School, which is what launched you. We have mentors 101. We have, everything you need, honestly, going forward. But you got to start somewhere. And frankly, the terms business is so good. Look, the fastest way to get a check is wholesaling a house. No doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Anybody can wholesale a house. All right. But the problem is, then you got to keep doing it and you got to pay maximum taxes. And with the terms business, I want you to get to the point of residual income where you don't have to do any of that. Do it once and keep on getting paid for years and years and years. But you got to get trained. To try to do this without getting trained is frankly a horrible business decision because your chances of succeeding are very, very slim. And I will absolutely guarantee you're going to spend more money trying not to get trained than if you just get trained and get on with it. And I don't know where you're going to get trained cheaper than $897, to tell you the truth.
Amen, brother.
Did I lose you?
And I'll add to that. I want to make the point. Normally in the segment prior to this, I talked about wholesaling. I would have offered you to invest in your virtual wholesaling for $997. But since, Ron, you're throwing in your wholesaling course in this deal, then I just wanted to make the point to you guys, you're going to get trained on the terms business, the wholesaling, so many things from this one investment in yourself. And so,
by the way, my wholesaling course is not your wholesaling course, believe me. And mine's free to them. Incidentally, that course sells for $9.97 by itself. Right? But they still need, you can't get too much education, guys and gals. You just can't. And when you learn from different people, you'll pick up some things that the system is the system, but you do things a little different than I do it.
I do. So I want you guys to make sure that you're getting that. So we're just loading the value on today. And that's what Ron always does. So, all right. Last
I made it clear. Questions. I made it clear. It's a shameless bribe. Come on in, see if you like Planet Ron or not.
I love it. If you're making monthly payments on a free and clear house, does that payment apply toward the purchase price? Caleb asks.
It depends. If it's a principal and interest payment, the principal applies toward it, of course. The interest doesn't. But if you learn how to do principal only payments, like both of us know, then obviously all of it applies toward the purchase or toward the debt that you owe to seller. And a lot of sellers will give you loans with no interest when you learn how to ask right. It's like everything else, but when you learn how to ask right, control what comes out of your mouth, and you'll be amazed at what you can get.
Absolutely. That's good. If the house is over 100 years old, do you want to own it?
I do not. I don't want anything to do with it. It's an absolute money pit.
That's good advice. Last question. If you had one piece of advice to give to your younger self starting in this business, because we have a lot of brand new folks on here today, what's that one piece of advice?
Only listen to the people that are qualified to get you where you want to go, because the dream stealers will take you out in a heartbeat. I'm telling you, unqualified people cannot teach you how to get rich. So do not listen to the broke people. Be careful to whom you take advice from. Make sure they're doing what they're teaching. And then, of course, all the education in the world is absolutely worthless if you don't add on implementation on top of the education, which is what we work so hard to get you to do. Going to a seminar ain't going to make you rich. Implementing what you get there very well could.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Ron. It's been an honor to have you with us today. So much more good stuff we're going to be covering the rest of the day. And I know you've got another meeting to get to. We'll see you again soon, brother.
Thank you.
Bye-bye for now. All right. We are going to lunch break for our West Coast friends, mid-afternoon break for the rest of you. Leo or Michelle, what time do we come back?
2:45.
2:45 Eastern.
That's right.
All right. We will be back in, what is that? 27 minutes, 28 minutes. Any final pre-lunch words from you, Leo?
No, I'm excited. This has been good. I have a whole few pages of notes. Just been rocking and rolling. But get some food in your stomach, drink some water, and we'll see you soon. Note, just so people know, those who did not buy VIP but are buying Ron's Pretty House course will get that VIP access along with the community.
Yes. Thank you so much for reminding me of that, Leo, and for letting everyone know. So yes, make the investment. Remember, that deal goes away, and I think we got about 14 minutes left on that deal. So get the investment in, invest in yourself, get the Pretty House system from Ron, and you get VIP upgrade as well. Much more great stuff to come.
Absolutely. The link will be on this break slide. So we'll see you guys soon.
See you in 30. Bye-bye. A little less than 30. Bye-bye now. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome, welcome. How was lunch, Leo?
It was good. I listened to some music, reviewed my notes, had a good snack. It's still early over here. It's 11:45.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome. Well, it's almost 3 o'clock. Me and Tommy had an amazing time in the sunshine. Had
Very
a good
good.
chat.
Oh, it's very sunshiny over here as well.
I love it. It felt like California here today, man.
Yeah, we have a cold plunge here, right outside. Me and my friends, we jumped in there at 6 a.m. this morning, and now we're being rewarded with some very, very nice sunshine. So I'm grateful for that.
Tell me about that cold plunge. How do you feel about that, man?
I feel great. I mean, it's something that we've been recently doing to an extreme by going to the ocean on Mondays at 5 p.m. And our ocean is very cold.
Yeah.
So we'll go and we'll do a cold plunge, and it shocks your entire body. And we love it so much that we bought a cold plunge that we do every single morning now. So every morning we are shocking our entire system, making it feel like it's shutting down for a quick minute. And
So I have to ask you, I seen the video of the cold plunge. So brave you. I love that. Are you doing it right? Is it about half ice?
So it's got some ice cubes in there. It's not half ice.
Okay.
We're getting to that level now.
Okay.
But
there's some ice. Some is better than none.
why we do it. So my understanding and my reasoning for why I do it is because you get into this redundant cycle of doing the same thing every day, right? Whether it's for work, whether it's going throughout the day, same thing. So when you do this cold plunge, it shocks your body so much to a point where you remind yourself that you're alive, right? You remind yourself of who it is that you are, and that it reminds me of this body that you're able to move with in a force and protect. And there's a lot of other scientific benefits that I read it. I don't really think about it, but it makes you feel alive.
Well, I love that. And I want to make the point that everything is a lesson. And whether it's business, whether it's whatever, when we talk about the 7 categories of life tomorrow, we'll talk more about that. When you said some ice cubes, immediately I thought in the business, as it relates to business, that some is better than none. I push people to make 5, depending on where they are and what they're got going, 5 to 10 seller calls a day, except some people make 1 a day. Some is better than none. It's easy to do. I'm not going to do half ice, so I'm not doing a cold plunge. It sucks. Except Leo said, I'm going to go do it and do some ice. I love that. And I don't want to deflate that because I did not do any cold plunge. So I shower this morning.
my buddy this morning got up and he was, I'm not doing it today. I'm not doing it. Nope, just not going to happen. And as soon as he said that, I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do it either. Maybe okay, you're not going to do it, so I'm not going to do it.
Power of influence.
And then my third buddy out here was like, nope, we're doing it. Go, come on. So he got all of us out there to do it. And we eventually realized, like, oh, why were we even pulling back? Why were we scared to jump in and to do what we committed to? And so often, we have friends around us who aren't doing the things that they say they're going to do. And if it allows for us to be inadequate, it allows us to be not enough, not disciplined in our goals. But now when you surround yourself with people who say they're going to do something and then they do it over and over again, now you are around a sphere of excellence. You make things happen. So
it's powerful.
That's who we have around us and the community that a lot of you are in now.
And I'll mention to that point, just like I'd say the reason you're pulling back about a cold plunge is because you got to thinking about how cold you're going to feel jumping in, right? Just like it's easy to start thinking about how scared I'm going to be on this phone call, except when I've seen you on the video, man. You just ran and went, and you didn't have time to think. You just said, "I'm doing it." And when you do the same thing in your business, in your fitness, in your connection with God, in your cold plunge, and you say, "You know what? I've committed. I'm in. I'm not thinking no more about what could go wrong, but rather how great I'm going to feel after doing this plunge." Because number one, I kept my commitment. And number two, the health benefits. I'm sure your body feels alive and fantastic now.
Yes.
I
And that's
love
good.
it.
I don't give myself time to think, because most of the time we're still not at the point where your mind is going to tell you to do those things, going to tell you to be uncomfortable. Your mind's going to be the one that tells you not to, right? Don't do this. What if this happens? Or, oh, it's too cold, right? So we make a practice of just making things happen and just going. I think that's what makes you and I successful and a lot of our friends successful, is because we don't give ourselves that time to think and to let those negative thoughts simmer, you know?
I agree. And I always say, as entrepreneurs, we say yes now and figure out how. We say yes because we never get more of what we want by saying no. So it's a very good lesson. Good stuff. Well, that is a good lesson on cold plunges. We're going to talk about, you got me inspired. Next time we're together, I'll commit. If you have a cold plunge thing, I'll do it.
Everywhere I go.
So, deal structuring, how to be a CTG. So to start this segment off, there is some very important things I'm going to share with you guys. And wow, I just want to make mention to think we're already halfway through the first day, and we've already covered wholesaling, how to get your first check fast. We've already covered terms, how to buy houses with owner financing. That's really what this mindset of a CTG is about. And while those of you who took the opportunity to get the thousands and thousands of dollars of value in free courses for the $897, you made the decision to invest in yourself, as some of you did. I want to make mention to you that boldness is rewarded. When it comes to making offers on houses, I have so many times bought a house before the other investor I find out later that was going to buy it ever got around to asking the questions to decide if he or she wanted it. And so boldness is rewarded. Say yes now and figure out how. And what happens is, and I'm usually a little bit softer on the offer. And what I mean by that is many times I'll make an offer and I'll say the rest of the day. And something Ron often says when he offers something for 30 minutes is try me. And believe me, you call in minute 31 with Ron, it's the new price or whatever it is. And so while you will continue to have the opportunity to invest in yourself the rest of the day in Ron's system, it will not be all of the bonuses that you would have gotten. There will be, I believe, one of the $1,000 courses will be removed. So you won't get all the bonuses you would have by taking action in the beginning. And I mention that because I want us all to get okay with making decisions quickly. I want us all to get okay with saying yes now and figuring out how, because there is so many somebody come to me who's in the community, the mastermind community that we have built. And they said to me before they joined the community, they said, Andrew, how many deal structures do you do? And I kind of chuckled. And they said, we was watching this guy, and he said he did, 768. And this one said, there's 96 ways and all of these things. And I laughed. I said, well, I'm going to say the thing that is not sexy to say. Said, I structure deals two ways. And I could tell he was taken back. And I said, cash way below value, payments over time. Now, outside of that, I can show you thousands and thousands and thousands of additional ways to structure the deal. I can show you ways to lease option it, to owner finance it, to do sub two, to do a wraparound mortgage, to do some up front, some middle, some back end, whatever, all later, no money down, thousands and thousands of structures, how to add a private lender mortgage, or how to structure super seller financing, no payments, no interest until the resell, and all of this cool stuff, except it comes down to two things: less cash now, more money later. The two options. And I mention that because that's the first step in being a creative transaction genius. Write this down, simplify everything. My mind thinks in bullet points, as I mentioned earlier today. And when Leo and I chat, sometimes he'll ask me a specific question. He'll say, in 10 years of experience, how could you bullet point in this segment of the business in 10 bullet points what you would do, or tell to your 20-year-old self, 21-year-old self starting this out? What would you say to you in this scenario? And immediately gets my mind thinking of, how do I simplify this? I can tell you some stories, deals I've done, structures I've done. In fact, I got a whole easel over here to the side of me with tons of deal structures I've taught over the years. Except when it comes down to it, it always starts with a simplification. Terms first, cash below value second. Now we're going to start delving into a little bit of the mindset of the CTG. And in order to be a creative transaction genius, and Leo, you will not interrupt me by hopping in. So hop in anytime you have things that you want to add. So to be a creative transaction genius means to decide. It's not an option to go do things the quote traditional way. I'm not going to save up 20% down and one day save up enough money and make sure my score is 826 and maybe I can get a extra good loan with extra low interest at 7% in this market. That's not what a CTG does. A CTG says, this is the home I want. This is the investment I want. This is the short-term rental I want. This is the type of investment I want. Now, I'm going to ask the payment question, the term questions, as many hundreds of times it takes me to get a deal. Now, start with the end in mind. To be a CTG, I don't want you just going, people will sometimes send me a address and a price and say, is this a good deal? My answer is always the same. I don't know. I have no idea because I don't have the facts. So what do we need to know if it's a good deal? Well, if you send me a deal that's worth $800,000 and they're asking $800,000, that doesn't sound like a good deal. Except if I find out that it's in pristine move-in ready condition and I can buy it with $0 down and $2,000 a month, 100% going toward the principal of the property at $800,000 with no balloon, a full payout of the term, I am on that deal all day long. You see how the term makes the difference?
So let's back up a little bit on that, right? Because some people might be hearing that and hear all these words, term, balloon, all these things. It's like, what's going on? So let's simplify it and teach it to me, like as if I'm in third grade. How does it make sense for me to be on the phone with the seller and explain that I can't give you all cash, right? I have to be able to pay you in payments, but those payments are going to result into a larger amount of money over time. How do I conceptualize that and be able to explain that to a seller if I'm buying their house?
So I'm going to pretend like you're the seller for the minute.
Okay.
So I'm going to say, let's say we're having a discussion. I'm a little lost. You're a little lost. Mm-hmm. And I go, okay, Leo, to bring this to a conclusion, I buy houses two ways. I either pay cash way below value, normally on a house that needs a lot of work. Most of the time, though, I buy houses like yours I pay a great price. I close whenever you want. I pay the closing costs. I'm not a realtor, so there's no 6% commissions or fees. If you're a realtor, say I'm not acting as a realtor in this transaction. And so what that means is we agree on a price now. And this is the important words, guys. We agree on a price now. We close with our real estate attorney. I become responsible for the maintenance, repairs, taxes, and insurance. And I send you a check in the mail every single month until I pay you off in full at an agreed time in the future. I just said a whole lot in 2 sentences right there, except that is the basis of the business. Agree on price, send check to you every month until at some point I pay you off in full when you and I agree.
So let's add that analogy as if this is a car, right? Because that's what helped me understand. Because I couldn't imagine doing that with a house. So
Yep.
if I'm selling my car to you, and instead of you buying my car for 15K cash, you give me a different offer. I want you to explain why, like pitch it to me.
Absolutely. So let's say, for example, you have a car. It's $15,000, but you're going to offer it to me on payments. Instead of cash 15, you're going to sell it to me for 17,000. Maybe my score isn't qualifiable. Maybe I just don't want to go buy a car and get financed. I say, okay, of course, it's always good to know the payment. Let's do 2 scenarios. Let's say in one scenario, it's a free and clear car. You don't have a debt on it. Means that I would buy the car from you and I would send you a check for $400 every month until I paid you off the full $17,000. Or let's say you have a debt on it of $15,000. Well, let's say your payments on that debt is $450 a month. In that scenario, I would say, well, Leo, I'll just cover your $450 a month payment until I pay you off in full. Now we have a challenge. There's $2,000 in equity. You owe 15. I'm buying it for 17. And there's $2,000 there that's yours. It's coming to you. Well, my first objective is normally the way it works, Leo, is I will buy the car from you now. I'll cover your payments. And then down the line, when I pay it off in full, I'll pay you your remaining $2,000 cash. Fair enough? One of 2 things is going to happen. You're either going to say, okay, which happens often, or you're going to say, no, I need 2K now. At which point I'm going to have a decision to make. Am I okay with writing you a $2,000 check up front or not? Well, in the case of a house, let's imagine that's bigger numbers. I'm probably going to say something like, what if I could give you 1,000 now and 1,000 later? Right? In the case of a car, 2,000 down. Well, maybe I'm okay with writing $2,000 down and paying $450 a month for the car. If I am, well, then darn, we just struck a deal. Buying your car on payments. Don't have to go down to the bank. Don't have to get a loan. Don't have to qualify. Don't have to go through all that crap. It's a win for you. You sold the car for above retail, because if you'd have sold it on the cash out market for 15, you'd have got 0. With me, you're getting $2,000 up front of whatever you need that $2,000 for. And I'm taking over that payment for you until I pay it off. Everybody wins.
Okay. See, that makes so much more sense when you relate to a car, because we can conceptualize, oh, I would do that. I would sell my car on payments, right? Because there's benefits for me. So now bringing it back to me being a homeowner, there's also benefits there.
Yes.
Right? Also things that it makes sense for me to do that. But now it's your responsibility to show me those benefits and to be clear on what's happening, right?
So I want to add to that. There's 2 things when it comes to buying a house. I mentioned it to you earlier. Simplify everything. Remember, you just come out of some of you, a 2-day seminar at the end of these 2 days together. Some of you have been through enormous amounts of training. Some of you are in our mastermind and have spent endless hours with us learning this business. Remember, you guys have all of this knowledge that you've gained over hours, weeks, months, years, and you are compiling the segment most important for this transaction in a 5 to 20 minute interaction. Don't give seminars, ask questions. So my responsibility as the professional that I am is to guide you with the answers that you need. So for example, I just get out of my seminar, I could have a chat with Leo and I could say, Leo, the great thing is I'm going to buy your house. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to resell it and I'm going to make money. And I could give him a 3-hour seminar about what I'm going to do. And Leo's going, what? I don't give a crap about any of that.
Right.
But what if Leo's main concern is to get his $2,000? Well, I just solved his main concern. There's really nothing else to discuss except writing it out on a purchase agreement. So simplify it. Ask questions, find out what Leo needs, in this case, as him being a seller, find out what Leo needs. And if Leo needs what I can give, and it makes sense for me to give what Leo needs, we just struck a deal. Write this down, the big three. The big three. What's the big three? Price. This is exactly how we ask it. What's the least you'll take on price? Payment. What's the least you'll take every single month until I pay you off in full? Which, by the way, if there's a debt, I'm going to assume I'm covering their debt until it's paid off. And then lastly, most importantly, and this is exactly how I say it, somebody type it in the chat for me. Usually we buy with nothing down. Okay? But what do they say? I need a down payment. Well, normally we buy with nothing down. If I could put a little something down, what's the least you could take? We don't buy like we sell. We don't sell like we buy. When we're buying, what's the least? Now, what you're going to find is a lot of times, depending on the challenges that the seller has that you're solving, is I have countless times said, usually we buy with nothing down. Okay. And the response has been, okay. Well, in that case, I suggest you send a purchase agreement over. Because again, what we're doing, it's not our job to give seminars to sellers. Yes, educate them. Yes, we're the professional. Yes, we answer questions. Yes, we close with attorneys. Yes, we make sure. There's deals I've not done just because I felt the seller would have been in a better position to do another option. And I gave them that option and gave them that route to go make more money. I want at the end of every single day, everyone who come in contact with me lives to be better because they met me. And I'm not a fit for everybody. Our business is not a fit for everybody, and that's fair enough. Except when a seller has a need that we can meet, we'd be doing them a disservice not to. I'll give you an example. Seller comes to me recently. She wants to sell her house. Used to be her personal home, and tenants moved in and done a little damage to it, unfortunately, and left it. And so this lady just wanted to be done with it. She had a debt on it. So we agreed to give her $1,500, cover her payment, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, and take the house as is, which is not in tippy-top shape right now. But because we're CTGs, we know there is more value there. There is massive equity opportunity there, except what that lady needed was to get rid of this house now without having to do the work. Nobody would pay the massive retail value of this property with it being in the disarray it's in right now. Except we paid a good price, wrote her $1,500, which is what she needed out of the deal, and took over the remaining debt. Now she got what she needed Without it, she would at zero and had to keep making the payments and the taxes and the insurance and the yard upkeep and who knows what else, and possibly had to come up with the money to rehab the place or let it go to foreclosure. Who knows what would have happened, except we showed up and presented the opportunity, solved the challenge that she had, presented an opportunity that she accepted. So to take the pressure off of you, to become a creative transaction genius, it's not about memorizing 700 strategies. It's about asking questions and creating solutions. You know, some of the creative ways that I buy are not ways I've even been taught. They're ways I made up because a challenge presented itself and I figured out a solution. Again, with my attorney's help. Seller has to win, buyer has to win, we have to win, everybody must win, and it has to be done right. So in order to be a CTG, there's really only one thing you're working on. Get really good at asking questions. That's how you become a CTG. Ask questions, create solutions. Now, don't get caught up in a deal that is in disarray. It's worth 300 grand and it has a debt on it of 350 and they're 50 grand behind on payments. It does happen sometimes. Don't get caught up in trying to turn that to a deal. I mean, can we short sell it? Maybe, but that's a whole nother business. So if there's not a good way to make money on it, move along. I've seen people waste weeks tied on to some deal, praying one day they could turn it into cash, when in reality, it's time to move on. So make decisions quickly, move on quickly, be creative quickly. Ask questions. If we have a solution or can create one, then turn it to a profit.
That's so good. You know, get to recap what you just said, and from my understanding, from my question, the big three, which is price, payment, and will they take nothing down, it becomes a game, a very, very simple game, right? And we can go really deep on this because we talk to so many students, and what will happen is that we will hear questions and excuses. What if this happens? Oh, but I don't know this, or but this happens. But all these things. But when you simplify to these three, the price, the payment, and will they take nothing down, now there is almost an algorithm to it, right?
Absolutely.
And once you figure that out, then the other three, let me try to take my mind and put it out to you right now, to you guys. So what we just went over was the three things that you need to do on the phone call, right? On the bigger scale is the three things that really matter of the business that makes you money, right? Which, Andrew, is get contracts. Give me the other two.
The three things: get leads, follow up, get contracts.
Yes, get leads, follow up, and get contracts. So that's the bigger scale. Like, that's the business right there. So now most of us, we're so focused on this, which is, what do I say on the phone though? What if this happens? So now that that's simplified for you, and you don't have to simplify it anymore, you just keep it to that. Now you can just focus on where you get those leads from, right? And following up and getting the contracts, which brings you the money. So to everyone who may be going through mental blocks of whether you can do this, or all these questions of what if this happens? What if that happens? What is the contract? I want you to be able to simplify it for yourself. That's point number one I want to make. Point number two, with asking better questions, is this: with ChatGPT, which many of you are using now in your business. We are using in our business. I hope you're using it in your
Who's heard of
business.
ChatGPT? If you've heard of it, type in chat
Put it in the
yes.
chat.
If you haven't, type in the chat question mark.
We're going to do a section tomorrow on how to use ChatGPT for your business. And it's a beautiful thing. Beautiful. It's artificial intelligence. It's an artificial intelligence machine, a chatbot that answers all of your questions. Imagine it takes an hour of research to find the answer that you want by going through 17 different sources on Google. You ask ChatGPT and it'll get it for you in 5 seconds. The way that you use ChatGPT to its ultimate use is by asking the right questions. And it'll give you the
that's
right
powerful.
outcome. But you put that same analogy for yourself. The way that you get the right answers from ChatGPT is you ask the right questions, right? The way that you get the right answers from yourself is you ask the right questions. And the same thing for the sellers is you ask the right questions. So if you were to write something for you to work on for the next 30 days, for the next quarter, for the next year, it's to get really good at asking the right questions, because that is what translates you into a creative transaction genius, which brings you the income that you desire. So those are my 2 points. I hope you took notes on both of them.
That's powerful. And there's something I want to mention. Leo, you're so good at sharing the knowledge that I sometimes share. You break it down to where it makes so much sense on a next step level. You know, in fact, Leo often asks me a question if we have discussed a business idea or a item or a segment of the business or anything. Before we get off the phone, he'll say, so what's the action steps? What he's asking me is, cool idea, except what do we need to do? And I ask him the same question about things that he brings me, because it's a brilliant thing. And I love that right there. And I know you guys caught that because you're listening and taking the notes. When it comes to that mindset of what do I need to do? Because I remember going to my first seminar and I'm like, oh my gosh, like I need to get leads and I need to put out signs and I need to make calls and I know this cool lead source and I need to make sure that I get these ordered and I need to make sure, and shoot, I'm gonna have to find an acquisitionist one day and I need to call sellers and man, what scripts do I even use? And then, oh my goodness, well, how am I gonna find buyers and like all of this crap? And it's like, that's a lot of stuff, except what do I have to do? I break it down as get leads, follow up, get contracts. And Leo just told you to get good on the phones, to get good at putting deals together, get good at one thing, ask questions. In fact, that'd be a good thing for you to practice in all your relationships, your friendships, and everything else, and makes us all better communicators. In fact, you'll solve a lot of challenges by asking questions in life.
And it starts with that, right? It starts with asking yourself the right questions and getting better at this with things that you do consistently every day, right? When you're going through a challenge in your life, maybe even, I don't want to get up this morning, right? You ask yourself, if I get up right now and I meditate and I have a good workout, how will I feel? Boom, that's an input right there. Then you get the output, I'll feel really good, right? And then you ask yourself the other side, if I stay in bed for the next 2 hours, which is going to feel amazing in the moment, how am I going to feel later on in the day? How's that going to affect my family? How's that going to affect my business? Right there, you know what? It wouldn't be too great. I have a meeting here. You know, I probably won't feel too good about myself later. Now you have the logical output of what decision you need to make just by asking yourself the question, rather than letting your mind think. If you let your mind think, you're instantly going to go to the more comfy decision.
Which is not making the phone call, which is not doing the things that lead to the check.
Exactly. And that's where I was leading up to, where it starts with the practice of asking yourself in those moments. So now it becomes such an apparent practice for you when you're on the phone call, you ask them those type of questions that they're not even used to. They're not even ready for those type of questions, right? And now you become a machine, a creative machine, because you know the output, you know the inputs to put into everything that you do, because everything is just asking the right questions to get the right output.
When it comes to using that mentality that Leo is sharing, I use it in closing calls, and I frankly don't know a better creative closer than myself. And it's not because I'm so genius at it. It's because I ask really great questions. That's it. Sellers will get off the phone with me, and somebody, I'll just get off the phone with one of our mastermind students or one of their acquisitionists, which we'll talk about tomorrow, one of their acquisitionists, and we close a deal, and they're going, "Oh my gosh, Andrew, how did you come up with that structure?" I asked them what they needed, and they said they needed debt relief. They needed this. They need their Home Depot. And so by asking questions, many times when someone says something like, for example, somebody will come along to me and they owe $120,000 on the house. They want 140. Well, first thing we hear is 140 grand, except many times what they actually want is the 120 debt relief. California, 1.2, just add a zero. For many times, I'll ask them, well, if we buy the house from you, take over your debt, cover your payments, would you sell it for what you owe? No, I need 125. Well, their 140 was thinking they're going to have to pay a commission and get beat up on fees and work on the house. What they really want is $5,000. Okay. Now we have to ask the next question. Got it. So you're telling me that if I buy the house from you, take over the debt of 120, you would be ready to move forward at a 125 purchase price, correct? Yes. Okay. The way it usually works is we'll buy the house from you, write this down, assumptive close. Buy the house from you, take over the debt, cover the payments, maintenance, repairs, taxes, and insurance. Down the line, when we resell the property, we would pay you off your $5,000 equity. And I pause and I say, does that work for you? One of three things going to happen. They're going to say, yes, I just got me a deal for nothing down. They're going to say no. I'm going to say, okay, then what's the least you could accept now and the rest later? Or they're going to say, heck no, I have to have $5,000 now. That's why I'm selling this house. And at which point I have a business decision to make. Am I willing to pay $5,000 plus closing to close on this property? I didn't get there by saying, hey, I see you're asking 140. I'll give you 125. I got there by asking, what do you want? Most important question you ask any seller, because that 140, what they actually was saying in that 140 post that they made, and they ain't been through the real estate seminars. There's somebody who bought a house and live in it a lot of times, or they're a landlord and owned it, and they're not familiar with what we're doing yet until we share them. It's our responsibility to share with them their options. Again, I'm not a fit for everybody, and I'll tell a seller that. I'll say, listen, you need A, B, and C. I'm not your guy. It doesn't fit in my business model. In fact, I recommend you call so-and-so or this realtor or that person or this buyer or whatever. Give a connect and move along. Except many times what I have is the perfect fit for what they need. At which point we strike a deal, we buy the house, and it's a win for them. It's a win for us because we're going to turn it into a profit. But we get there by asking questions.
Andrew, something that you get complimented on tremendously by students, by mentors, by people who come and watch you speak is your confidence when it comes to this business. Now, I understand it took 10 years for you to have that confidence, but it comes with a few things. It's the conviction of your offer. It's the conviction and confidence in yourself that you will be able to pull the deal through, but that this will help a seller. You've seen it 500 times over, and you know that it works. So when you're on the phone with a seller, that conviction pulls through. Now, how do we translate that to a student on here who's not so confident, who has to figure it all out themselves, who's doing their first phone call, and they're a little bit jittery and shaky? Like, how do we translate that?
Two answers. A series of checks overcomes a lot of challenges. That's the first way. The second way is borrowed confidence, borrowed credibility. So, for example, when it comes to getting a deal, I know I've seen how tremendously I've been able to help sellers who were behind on payments, sellers who maybe didn't even have a challenge per se. They just they had a house that wasn't fit for a retail sale. They couldn't get what they wanted out of it retail wise for whatever reason. It's expensive for the neighborhood. It was needed some updating, something. And I was able to give them a tremendous price, way more than they would have netted any other way, which is a rider downer. You'll net more selling to me than you will any other way when it's a fit. In other words, when we're buying a real nice house on terms at retail value or close to it. Remember, if they sell to someone else, they're typically going to pay a 6% realtor fee. Take a $300,000 house, that's 18 grand. They're going to pay closing costs. Another 3 to 5 they're going to give on that. They're going to pay, normally they're going to take a discount. Offers are coming in below asking, another 5 to 10 shaved off there. So the $300,000 house just went from 300 minus 18 minus 5 minus a discount of 10. Now they're getting 360. Do the math. 370 if they're lucky. Or excuse me, 260, 270 if they're lucky. And so their 300 just went away. And if I pay them 280, they're netting more by selling to us than they are any other way. So keep that in mind. First off, you're doing them a massive favor, but borrowed credibility. You know, something, Leo, that you did so well when we started working together is I remember you getting on the phone, and even when you were afraid, you would have no challenge borrowing my credibility and going, well, I'm newer to this and my partner's been doing this for about 10 years. And so any questions that I can't answer, we'll get him on the phone and he will, boom, right back to the close, which is masterful because it's not incumbent on you to try to be the 10-year professional when you're getting your first deal. People look right through that, especially when they're a seasoned investor. They'll try to poke through that. So to take that away and be like, yay, I'm brand new. My partner's been doing this for a decade. We'll get him on the phone if need be, changes everything. So borrowed credibility. My partner, that's why another reason it's so important to have a mentor. When I started, I borrowed Ron LeGrand's credibility, 40 years, back then, 30 years experience. And so to borrow that credibility, not only externally by what you say to the seller, but internally. Know that you're not just, and when we started together, Leo, you wasn't just Leo trying to get your first pretty house deal or your first Airbnb. You was the guy who partnered up with the guy who's done over 500 deals. We are buying an Airbnb. So you immediately stepped into that power of not only who you are, but who you're connected with. That changes everything. Write it down, guys. Borrow credibility.
And that's what I attribute my success to. When people ask me, hey, why are you so successful? How have you been able to do what you've done at the age that I'm at? And it's because of borrowed credibility. When I'm on a phone call, when I'm in front of a person, when I'm anywhere, I understand that I have a mentor that I can always go back to and say, hey, this happened. What do I do here? How do I maneuver here? But also in the process, I know I have in the beginning, my business partner who is my mentor, right? Oh, absolutely. My business partner can help you with this. I'm going to give him a quick call. It's like, okay, Andrew, what do I do? What is this? You know, that's the power of it. And I was able to remove any and all, because there was a lot of the fears and the questions and all the things holding me back because of this one thing of borrowed credibility. It's like if we were robots and we had a chip, like we had a USB insert, it's like a cheat code, right? As soon as you get borrowed credibility, you put it in and you're good to go. That's why I believe in mentorship so much. And you know why I'm so blessed that you were able to mentor me, because of that, because I had that cheat code of like, oh, boom, I know exactly what to do. Then we bought 7 houses together in like 2 months because of that, mixed with the grit and the want of wanting to get it done. That's what creates an amazing student that we've seen in our students over the past couple of 6 months is that borrowed credibility and the amazing outcome of it.
And that is so true. So true. In doing that, I'll make mention, and if you don't mind me sharing this with the group, brother, I remember in those 2 months, because your growth was so fast, that you had some major growing pains in those moments.
Yeah.
And I mention that because, you know, when you started getting me to go to the gym, kicking my butt in the workout, I know that quickly I realized how crappy I felt working out, meaning how tense it was. You know, I remember the first time you had me jumping rope and, you know, going and starting to lift the weights, and it stretched my muscles, and it was uncomfortable in the moment, very uncomfortable, except it was building muscle and dropping fat. And I mention that because sometimes when things start to grow, and you can grow, shoot, you can do one deal a year if you want to. 30 years, you got 30 deals, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can absolutely run this on your schedule and do that, except Leo said, I want to grow fast, and 7 deals in that 2 or 3 months time, except going from where you are to that many deals that fast means some major pressure. You know, how quickly do you want your muscles to build? I don't spend 3 hours a day in the gym. If I did, I'd be far ahead of where I am. I spend 30 minutes to 90 minutes a day in the gym, depending on the schedule. And so in doing that, the same thing happens with our real estate investing business. And there's not a right or a wrong, but where do you want to go and how fast do you want to get there? And know that as you're building that credibility muscle, that borrowed credibility muscle, as you're building that dialing muscle, as you're building that asking questions muscle, that it will be uncomfortable in the beginning, very uncomfortable, except soon you realize that this is just who I am. And before long, the pants that wouldn't fit me from when I was 21 years old suddenly fit me again, because I had been building that muscle. I had been toning out. And I mentioned that, I compare that because that's a physical view of what is actually happening to you internally as you build your financial muscle, as you build your team building muscle, as you build your question asking muscle, as you continue to build your growth and build your real estate portfolio. Because ultimately, you're not chasing deals, you're attracting them. You're not chasing team, you're attracting them. So to be a creative transaction genius in this business, it's working on this right here.
When you start to work out, I thought of this, and it showed when you dropped those 40 pounds and you shredded the fat that you had, that only took you 3 months.
Between 3 and 4, I think. Yeah, not long.
Complete shift in who it is that you were, not only in the physical, but how you started to think and how you started to portray yourself and everything. You started to make more money. You started to lead better. Everything started to change, but it only took 3 months for you. I have been working out for, I think, six years now, 5 or 6 years, and training, learning how to work out, understanding the physics of everything. And I was able to train you to shed 40 pounds in just those 90 days. On the flip side, you've been doing real estate for 10 years, and you were able to help me buy 7 houses in 2 months. I didn't have to go through those 10 years to learn how to do it.
Wow. Powerful example.
And it's just such a powerful thing that we're seeing now, where, I mean, the point of the summit is to show you these things, to open your eyes here, that what you're getting right now, right here on this summit, is, one, the realest version of me and Andrew. But 2, this is the stuff that helps you skip 10 years of the trial and error and the nights of the sleepless nights that Andrew has had, right? And all these mistakes and lessons, you don't have to go through those. Of course, you're still going to have your trial and errors, but it's not 10 years of them. Your 10 years is going to look like your dream life for the next 10. And the beauty of that is that we get to see that for you, and we get to watch you on that journey just because of this call. But it's only going to happen if you really take what we're saying, take notes on it, reflect on it, and take action, right? A lot of you will end up working with us closer, whether it's one-on-one with our group, our mastermind, or whether you're coming to one of our events, right? Just being with us in person so we can constantly be around you. Some of you are going to do that. Some of you won't, but it's going to be up to you what action you start taking, because what's going to happen is that you're going to feel massive amounts of momentum and motivation from us speaking and pouring into you today and tomorrow. But what happens next week? What happens the week after that? That's where you start to say, hey, I think I want to have a strong group of people around me to really help me continue this same mindset that we're pouring into today every single day. And that's where the real success comes from.
That's a powerful illustration, Leo, and thank you for that. And I mentioned in, what was it, March of last year or April of last year, when you gave me the knowledge. It was not a major, really a diet. It was just a shift in my habits. I used to have steak and dessert 6 nights a week because I like steak and dessert. And you gave me the plan, except what I realized was, over the next 8 weeks, we were at various events and traveling together for about 6 of those. And I had seen your major growth in the real estate because we had talked often as I was mentoring you in the real estate game. And as you began to really mentor me in the gym to work out and drop the weight, had we not been together so often, so much time around the group that I was around that we built together, what happened for me was the next 6 of the 8 weeks, I would go to get a bite to eat. And I remember, we was at a buffet line in Florida. And I remember you, because I was just a habit. I'm like, I'm proud of myself. I'm getting chicken instead of my the beef there. And I go to grab 2 rolls like I normally would. And you go, hey. And it always stuck out to me because in the moment when I was going with the old habit, you was interrupting my pattern. No, we're going to get to the gym. We're going to exercise. No, skip the rolls. And so I mentioned that to you guys because the same thing happens in business as you continue to surround yourself. Some of you have invested in yourself today. Many of you are going to make the leap to invest in yourself tomorrow and to put yourself around Leo and I and the community. And what happens is, as you continually invest in yourself and put yourself in that environment, is it goes from, I got to get my calls made and then falling off to being surrounded by that constant reminder of what happens until it becomes second nature. I get up now, I don't even think about it. I just go exercise 5 to 6 days a week. We just close deals as a second nature because it's what we do and it's who we are.
100%. That's such a beautiful thing. And I'm glad that it's that way. I'm glad that it could be simple that way, where we save the time, and us as entrepreneurs, we think so creatively, where, how do I not do this in 10 years? How do I take 10 years to do it in one? Instead of doing 10 years, how can I do it in 1 year or even a few months? Those type of questions create such massive results for all of us in every aspect of your life. And everything we've said in the past 45 minutes, it all comes down to the practice of asking better questions. So again, we can say all these things and motivate you, but what's really going to make you do it? What's really going to make you write that down and start saying, hey, what would Andrew say in this moment? What would Leo ask himself in this moment? Right? Figure out cheat codes for you. Every question is a cheat code. What would a millionaire ask himself or herself? in this moment until or you can even say, what would a millionaire do right now?
Yeah.
Now you start to put yourself in that sphere and put yourself in that zone of thinking where now every question that you ask is one of a millionaire or a multimillionaire or a mega millionaire, whatever you want to call it. The implementation is what's important right now. But I think we're about to do a break, huh?
Yeah, we are. So we are wrapping up the Creative Transaction Genius segment. Man, this just flew by, Leo. This is so fun.
Good. I enjoyed it.
And we're going to go on a 10-minute break, the last break of the first day. We're going to take a break, 10 minutes, 3:50 p.m. Eastern, be back. So be back in 10 minutes. And we are going to finish out the day talking about Airbnbs for a bit and then talking about goal setting. It's going to be a very special time. You do not want to miss it. So we will see you back here in 10 minutes.
Absolutely. And those of you, just really quick, who want the ability and the chance to be able to talk with me and Andrew further about working with us, shoot me a private message on Zoom. All right?
We are back. Welcome back, everybody. And I just want to commend you all. The amount of you who have stayed all day long is fantastic. I know we've been dropping amazing energy and fantastic value for you guys. And being committed, I like live events. That's why tomorrow we're giving you an opportunity to come spend 3 days with us live, because those are my favorite. Sitting here talking to a screen all day is not as fun to me as talking to 50 of your beautiful faces. But it's an amazing way to get a lot of amazing value and to get started and get some information in where you're trying to go. So next, I'm going to briefly talk about Airbnb. I'm telling you guys, we have so much to jam pack in these 2 days together that there's a lot of things that I want so badly to delve into that we're just not going to have time to do. So much more to share, but we are less than half done. So lots more that we're going to be sharing with you yet. So Airbnbs is a business that come to me accidentally. There's a prime example of the curse of comfort when it comes to Airbnbs. And here's what I mean by that. I started buying houses at 21 years old. Was doing well. Bought houses, bought hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of houses in Evansville, Indiana, and other areas, but that was where the majority of them. A friend of mine comes to me in about 2018. He says, dude, I'm doing this Airbnb thing. He's like, you should try it. And I'm like, dude, I'm in Evansville, Indiana. Like, my average price point's 120 grand. I looked up Airbnb. There's like none in Evansville. And he's like, that's a prime opportunity. And I said, why would somebody want an Airbnb? And he asked me this question. He said, is there hotels? I said, well, yes. And he says, okay, then there's a demand for nightly stays. Try an Airbnb. I didn't listen because my lease option plan is working perfectly. Except Leo come to me in 2022 and he said, Andrew, I'm starting to Airbnb thing. Why don't we partner on a deal? And as they say, the rest is history. I mention that because all the properties I was holding in 2018, had I turned 10 of them into Airbnbs, 20 of them, I could have doubled, triple, quadrupled my cash flow, who knows what, just by changing some of their usage. And now Airbnb are so powerful. In fact, it just come out on AirDNA that Evansville is the #2 location, Evansville, Indiana, in the whole country to invest for Airbnbs because of the lack of because of the low regulation, excuse me. And so I mention that because now it's serving us well. Except I didn't do it. I lost 4 years of revenue. But as Ron LeGrand would say, I don't cry over spilled milk. I go milk another cow. It's an opportunity, though, for you to greatly increase what you're doing. Now, I don't claim to be the Airbnb pro. I told you I have 4. Leo and I do. I don't claim to be the Airbnb pro. What I will tell you, though, when you're doing this business and buying houses on terms, it's a good tool to have in your tool belt. There's people that will teach you how to do arbitrage and meaning rent the house from a landlord, set it up, build more cash flow in. But that being said, it works. There's a lot of money to be had in that business, except that's not the one I choose. I buy houses where they work well for my regular lease option exit strategy. And oh, by the way, when it works out, I turn them into a short-term rental. That's what works for me. It's what's comfortable for me, because now I know if whatever happens and regulations would stop it or something would happen where I wasn't allowed to do an Airbnb in certain properties, I can always revert to a lease option and still make great money. Write this down. Can I make good money with bad numbers? Good money, bad numbers. All right, we're going to do a quick test before we delve into a little more of this and then get into goal setting. If you're awake and you're with me, type in the chat, yes.
Type it in the chat. We have a minute. I'm going to answer any questions. Oh, it looks like we have a question. Howie, is it Howie? Here we go. Howie said, how does the script change if you're a realtor? Good question. If you're a real estate agent, it really doesn't, other than you're still trying to buy their house. And I just don't say I'm not a realtor. If I was a realtor, I'd say in this case, I'm looking to buy your house. Of course, you're going to reveal to them at the appropriate time that you have your license. But again, that's a side note. You're not using it in this case. You're buying the house. How he said, if you are going to refer someone in Old Louisville, it's best to send them to Howie. I like that. It's good stuff, Howie. You're in my hometown. I like it. I like it. So, any more yeses? Anybody else awake? Surely we have more than 9 awake. Give me some yeses in the chat. Oh, yes. Here they come. Lauren says yes. Nick. So good to see you, Nick. Russell. Judy. Carmen. Who else? J.S. Brown. Lynette. Shaney. Keep them coming. Good. All right. So Airbnbs is this right here. Number 1, can I make good money with bad numbers? Number 2, my model. I'm sharing my model. I'm not telling you what to do with Airbnbs. I do not want to touch an Airbnb unless it's going to net me over $1,000 a month. Preferably way more. It's the same amount of work to go net $700 a month as it is to go net $7,000 a month. So why would I do some little rinky-dink deal that if everything works out perfectly is going to bring me $500 a month? I don't want to touch it. I can net that much a month or more by lease option in the thing. And if I'm going to put in all that extra, I say I don't manage my own Airbnbs, but if my team time is going to be spent on Airbnbs, we want it to be highly profitable. All right. So make sure that you can make good money with bad numbers. I never buy a property in expectation that I can make this astronomical Airbnb number, and if not, I'm going to fail. I buy it with the intention I'm going to have to lease option it. It's not going to work out. And oh, by the way, when it does, I can make a massive amount of money. You don't have to do it the way I do it. That's just what's comfortable for me. What's the key to the short-term rental business? Well, there's some good courses out there. If you need one, hit us up. We can connect you up with a good one. I like the business. It can serve you well. It's a great way to reach your objectives. Now, Leo comes to me and says, why don't we partner up? We pick one of the houses I had and we post it up on Airbnb. Ain't but a few weeks later, we have $26,000 of bookings. That first summer, last summer, it brought in thousands. I'm talking some months over $8,000 of revenue. It's a lease option. It would have brought in about $2,000 to $2,500 a month in rent. When you have that kind of deal, it's a no-brainer. We like no-brainer deals, except not all of them's that way. Can I make good money with bad numbers? So decide what you want. Remember, I'm not emotionally attached to any of my deals. I'm not emotionally attached to my personal houses, frankly, over the years that I've lived in. Everything to me becomes a distant extension of a opportunity. And what I mean by that is not everything works out as planned. Now I understand the home I was raised up in with my family, it has sentimental value, and that's going to happen, which is a good thing to remember when you're dealing with sellers, by the way. But when it comes to houses, especially rental properties, lease option properties, Airbnb properties, I'm not going to get sentimental or attached to them. Why? Because I want them to be a business asset. And if they don't work out as that, I don't want to be tied to that thought of them. Here's what I mean by that. I've seen investors get so caught up in wanting to make a deal work. They would renovate and put $100,000 of rehab into a deal because of the dream they had for it. And then they get done with it and it barely has any cash flow. And quite frankly, they could have bought a different house down the street for way less and not had to touch it and made way more money on it. If that's what you want, nothing wrong with that. Except if you're buying it to make money, be real with yourself. Ask yourself, is this going to be a good asset to make money? Most recent Airbnb we added to our collection is not my favorite house. It's not my favorite house at all. And it's not that beautiful when we bought it, except it's in a location that is prime for short-term rental and is zoned commercial. So I don't even need a permit to do an Airbnb there. So what do you want to accomplish, and how does this get me there more quickly? If you tell me my objective is to make $30,000 in the next 2 months, I'm going to tell you wholesale. If your objective is, I want to get to $10,000 a month in passive income as soon as possible, I'm going to suggest you get some Airbnbs. So start with the end in mind, decide what you want this business to accomplish for you, and then pick the tools out of what we're teaching you and delve in and get good at the ones that serve you the best. So much more I could share about Airbnbs. We'll probably touch on some more of it tomorrow, but time is fleeting so quickly. Leo, are you ready to delve into goal setting with me?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. We have an amazing group of people who have confirmed to us that they are awake and ready to set some goals and set some plans up and put some actions in place.
Absolutely. This is something that we review and we continually add into any events that we go to, any events that we teach, any summits, anytime we do a one-on-one, because it's so good to remind ourselves of what we're really shooting for. Right? What is it that you're trying to achieve this year? And are you on track for it? Because really that's all that matters is bottom line, what do you want? Right? What do you want to do with your life? What do you want to achieve? How do you want to feel every day? Do you want to feel significant? Do you want to feel successful? Do you want to feel fulfilled? Do you want to feel security? Because if you ask yourself any question of what it is that you want, and you ask yourself why you want it all the way to the core, it's always a feeling of, I want to feel fulfilled, or I want to be happy, or I want to be secure in myself. So bottom line is, what do you want? And that's going to manifest into what goals do you want this year to achieve that will help you get those feelings. Okay. So
me and Leo ask ourselves, what do we want to be when we grow up?
Yes. It's such an important topic to revisit. I revisit it every single day in my morning routine. I review how my goals are going, and I ask myself the questions. Is this still what you want? How are you doing on these goals? Okay, and what can we improve today to make sure they get closer? When I do that on a daily basis, guess what's going to happen? Guess what's on my mind all day is making sure my action steps reflect those goals. Okay. So let's get you guys to that point of one, having those goals created, but two, being able to remind yourself and asking yourself the right questions to make sure those goals are right. When it comes to real estate goals, Andrew, we have people saying, oh, I want to do a deal this year, right? Or maybe I want to do 2 houses or 3 houses. And they may be new, so, it makes sense. What do you say to them, and how do you want to guide them?
The first thing I say is, if you want to do a deal this year, you'll do one. If you want to do a deal next month, you'll do one. So don't set goals that allow you to be lax, number one. Now, if your time is largely spent in a main business and your objective is to dip your toe in the water and you're comfortable with 1 deal this year and 5, that's fine. I have no challenge with that. The knowledge you're getting, I have a student I just talked to on the phone, and he'd done a bunch of deals back in 2018, and he was killing it. And then he slowed down last year. He's like, yeah, I just did 2 deals and I netted just over $150,000. Nothing wrong with that. He chose to do 2 deals, spend almost no time in the business and make 150 grand. Not a bad side gig, I might add. Except the tools, the knowledge he has gives him the ability to ramp up to whatever level he wants. So start with the end in mind. What is your freedom number? Those of you who heard me talk before, heard this. So I'm going to have you type it in the chat. When I say freedom number, I don't mean you're making 3 grand a month right now and you want to make 3 million a month. I mean, what is the number that helps you live comfortably, travel, and take care of those around you comfortably? We'll get to the dream numbers later. What's that next comfortable level that's attainable? And not just by what you think you could do because of what you did in the past, but I'm talking about, for some of you, that's 10,000 a month. For some of you, it's 30. For some of you, it's 50. For others of you, it's 100. What's that freedom?
In the chat.
Type it in the chat for us. 10K a month. Good. We got a 10K. What else we got? What's your freedom number every month? 15K. Good. What else we got? We
When you
usually get some.
understand this number, and the way that I created it was I started to think of my expenses right now. Right? What were my expenses back then, and where am I going over the next 6 months with my goals? I want to, my house, my car, food, everything that's going on, the travel that I want, that will allow me to live comfortably, right? What does that look like for you? And don't be afraid to shoot a little bit higher than what you believe you can do, right?
Absolutely.
If you're making a couple thousand, right, there's no reason you can't make 30,000, right? Or 20,000 a month, 10,000 a month, 25,000 a month.
And remember 2 things. First off, when you're talking about 20 grand a month, I mean, mine and Leo's average deal, a wholesale deal in our wholesale cut. Now, this ain't my wholesale. My deals over the years on average, wholesale is 15. Mine and Leo's average deal in our wholesale company has been like 25 grand a piece. That's one measly deal a month, guys. We have to talk to 10 people to buy a house. How many of you could talk to 10 people a month if it meant 25 grand a month for you? I think all of you. So don't get caught up too much on worrying about that. I want a number that's good. And for some of you, the first number you're trying to do is to surpass your current income so you can quit that job so you can come live your dream life over here. It's exactly the way I want you thinking about this. It's a tool to be used to help you live your freedom life. All right. 25,000 a week, Paul. I like that. You're hurting my brain slightly. I'm going to call yours 100,000 a month because if we divide it up per week, we're looking at like 104,000 a month. And that messes with my annual numbers because I was homeschooled. So I'm going to call yours, Paul, 100,000 a month. Okay. So let's, I'm going to pick out a middle of the road. We've got some 20s, we got some 10s, some 15s, a 30 and 100. I'm going to call Paul's 100. So I'm going to pick the 30. So only 30 we got. That's cool. So I'm going to pick the 130 and we're going to chunk it down. Write that down. Chunk it down. I'm going to chunk down in my mind how I would get to 30K a month. Step 1 is get there actively. Step 2 is get there passively. So what's the first thing that I would suggest that Willie does to hit 30K a month? Find sellers, present offers, AKA ask questions, and decide that you're going to do 2 deals a month. Okay. 2 deals a month. Well, let's chunk that down. Let's say you are working with the crappiest leads possible and that you are not yet good on the phone. Assuming those 2 things, let's say you have to talk to 100 people to buy a house. Just for numbers, I want to show you that when it comes to this plan, 2 deals, Leo and I, with our lead flow, would have to talk to 20 people to buy 2 deals. I'm suggesting you have to talk to 200 That means the leads are crappy. That means you're not good on the phone yet. That means everything's going wrong. How he said my kids were homeschooled. I love that. I joke often. I say that when I get a math number wrong, I say I was homeschooled as a joke. And recently I was teaching an event for the first time ever. My parents had showed up at the event. And I said that joke, and I said, "Oh shoot, my teacher's in the house. I've got to be careful of what I'm saying." But I'm grateful for my amazing homeschooling. It was fantastic. I'm the last of 6 kids, and I don't know how my mama done it, but she's a tough lady. So $30K a month actively. I'm going to say 2 deals. I'm going to assume one of those is a wholesale, and your average wholesale fee is like mine over the years, and it's $15K. I'm going to assume one of them is a pretty house deal, and you on average get $15,000 non-refundable option deposit when you lease option the house. Now, those of you who've been around me know exactly what I mean by that. Those of you who are new to my world, well, hang around. I'll show you. So assuming you get a $15,000 wholesale fee, Willie, and you get a $15,000 non-refundable deposit, you've hit your 30K active. But every time you get a 15K deposit, you've also got cash flow now. So you're getting good on the phone. Now you're 200 calls. You're getting some good lead flow instead of 200 calls. Let's just, again, keep these numbers going. 200 calls divided by 4 weeks is 50 calls a week. Divided by 5 days is 50 calls, is 10 calls a day. Willie, to get to 30K a month, if you have to talk to 10 people a day, an average of 5 minutes a piece, can you do that? The answer is any of us can if we want to. All right. Now let's say time goes on. You've done that for 4 months. Willie says, yes. Smart. I'm writing down, I think best on paper. So I'm writing as I go. I wish I could show you what I'm writing. So let's say time goes on, you get better. Let's say your numbers wind up being mine. Let's say you eventually talk to 20 sellers to buy a house. Let's say that instead of you're doing 2 deals a month consistently, talking to 20 people now instead of 10 a day, that's literally 1 person a day, 5 days a week. Well, shoot, at that point, just double your close rate. But let's say you're now 20 people you're talking to buy 2 houses. It's 1 person a day, 5 days a week. Now, let's say you are tired of doing active income. You're tired of chasing the in-rods. You're tired of doing wholesales. I'm going to show you tomorrow how to build a team and how to have fun. And, people ask me when I go on vacation, I jokingly say I live on vacation because I'm surrounded by people I love doing what I love every day. I work hard, I guess, but it's having fun. It's calling and closing deals, and it's taking care of those around me, and my team wins and I win and we all win together. So let's say, Willie, that you say, you know what? I am going to start working on the passive income side. So instead of talking to 20 people a month, I'm going to talk to 40. I'm going to talk to 40 people. I'm going to buy 4 houses a month. 4 houses a month. I'm going to lease option 3 of them. I'm going to quit the wholesaling business because I don't need to no more. My average lease option deposit is going to be $15K. So there's you $45K a month now. And I am going to buy an Airbnb a month. My average Airbnb income, I'm going to shoot for $2K. Let's just say the average lease option is $500 passive income. I'm doing that not because that's my average. My average is closer to 300, except I want to have round numbers because it's easier to figure. If I'm buying 4 houses a month, 3 lease options, at the end of a year, I have 36 lease options. I'm buying 1 Airbnb a month. At the end of a year, I have 12 Airbnbs. You can stretch these numbers out as long as you want. You can make this a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan. I'm just doing round numbers for you guys. Okay. So 36 lease options at $500 a piece is $18K a month net passive. 12 Airbnbs at an average of $2K a month net a piece is $24K. Say everything went wrong and they're only $1K a month a piece. Well, boom, you're welcome. You're at $30K a month passively. You see how I chunked that down? So now it's no longer, oh my gosh, I got to buy a bunch of houses, but it is, I need to talk to 200 people a month to hit 30K a month in a wholesale and an in-rod. Again, super low numbers. I don't know anybody talking to 100 people who have houses for sale. I know cold callers calling by the hundreds, but people actually talking to 100 people who have houses for sale and having multiple tools in their tool belt and being halfway decent on the phone, not closing deals. Everybody's different. What if it's 200? What if it's 100? What if it's 400? It doesn't matter. It's the math. All right. Henry asked if we're using Zillow and Marketplace, will there be 200 leads a month in a particular area? The answer is it depends. If you're in a little town like one of my markets, absolutely not. You'll be lucky to hit 50 a month. That being said, that's where we do deals with what we got. And we do two options. Number one, we start buying leads, which is what I do. And I recommend you do as soon as you're getting checks. Or number two, you expand out the area a little bit. So for example, I do more than one area. So when it comes to setting your objectives, as you know, there's a lot more I can share with this. Keep the questions coming. I like this. This is a bit interactive. And I built out Willie's plan, and I done Willie's because his is in the middle, because Paul, very doable at 100K. The game plan, the numbers are just a little different. Whereas somebody else, Eric said 10K. Oh, again, you got either a shorter path to get there or do less work in the year. But that is the way that we hit those numbers. Now, one of the things I'll mention with you when it comes to hitting your numbers, there's a major thing that happens. What you believe to be true for you tends to be true for you. Here's what I mean by that. The moment I get up and I tell myself that I don't want to read today, I'm dumb and I'm lazy. Before long, I don't read, I feel dumb, and I don't get off the couch and I'm lazy. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Except when I get up every morning and I know that I'm a genius and I remind myself that I attract amazing people and I attract money and deals flow to me and everyone loves working with me. My partners love me. My friends love me. My students love me. My mastermind students love me. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. What happens when we borrow that confidence? We have to surround ourselves by that. You know, if you're around people every day who's constantly, I don't know, that's going to work. What if this goes wrong? Before long, you're going to be in a negative loop. But by the same token, if you're around people who are showing you, as our mastermind is in our community frequently, and then as you're always seeing in the Relu network, people going, I just got $72,000 check. I just got a $10,000 check. I got a $700 or $7,000 check. All of these checks that are coming in, reality is created by validation. When it comes to doing that, it's so important that we choose who we spend our time around. You know, tomorrow we're going to give you an opportunity to come spend 3 days with us. And we're doing that because we know how important it is for you to come spend 3 days with us. I've seen people come having still trying to get their first deal and leave, making a massive impact on them, going out and starting to get checks. I've seen people come being a solo entrepreneur, hustling, leaving there, going, oh my goodness, this business is becoming fun because now I attract deals and team rather than chasing. We show you how to ask questions. We show you how to grow your real estate investing business. We show you so many cool things, but most importantly, it's not just what we teach. It's the network who you're around. It's the people who you leave with their phone numbers, who you might even do deals with. It's the people who you leave who are your accountability partners. You know, that's so important. And now that when Leo and I started doing business together, and before that, we just became such close friends. And to have an accountability partner, I'll tell you, in my health journey, if I didn't have an accountability partner, it wouldn't have happened. I know that for a fact. I'd went to the gym before, 2 days in a row, 10 minutes apiece. It didn't last. And by the same token, I dare say, Leo, if you hadn't had an accountability partner, you probably would not have bought 7 properties.
That's right.
So important to put yourself in the right rooms. Now, there's some more stuff I'll share as we go, and Leo, jump in wherever you're feeling it. For RELU, we delve into three real pieces. Number one, we delve in so much deeper on the 3 categories of our 7 categories of life.
What is RELU?
RELU is the real estate level up event. Next live one is 3 days coming up in August. Why don't we do something, Leo? I'm getting questions here. I try not to look at my phone. I'm getting questions here. Why don't we do something? I know tomorrow we're doing a giveaway. I know tomorrow we are offering a whole bunch of cool stuff, but I also know there's a couple people on here who are saying, just tell me where I can come spend 3 days with you. So why don't we tell them a little bit more about that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I love what we've built and these type of experiences, right? Because that's what it is. It's an experience that you're coming to. And when we created RELU, the real estate level up event, what we did not want was to create just another an experience where you come and you sit down and you learn how to do deals. Because you will learn how to do deals, and you will start doing deals and creating the income that you want. But the best way that I learned was not by sitting down and taking notes and watching somebody else for 3 days. The best way I learned was to be around the people that I love, to fly out to another area and see a new space with new people, and to be able to be together in a space where there's investors who are doing the same thing as you. And you go out to dinner together, you go out to lunch together, you can do a morning hike with them, or a lot at our events. The gym is always packed. Speaking into the future, gym is always packed because we talk about this so much, about going to the gym and about bettering yourself. So you'll see what you're going to do. You're going to see a lot of students and us in the gym in the mornings at this event, at this experience. So that's what RELU is. You're going to come for 3 days. You're going to spend time with us, spend time with our mastermind students, and spend time with anyone else who wants to come. And you learn how to implement. And not only do you learn how to implement, but you implement at the actual event, right? It's a workshop style, 3 days, immersive, where you get to sit down with us, with our team, with our community, and you walk away with everyone's phone number. All right, you walk away friends with all these people because we keep it tight. We keep it tight to the people who want to come and who really want to take action, who really want to learn. It's a really fun event. So I'm super pumped. It's gonna be in Orlando.
It's going to be in Orlando this time. It's going to be a lot of fun. So there's some more questions coming in we're going to be answering here shortly too. And I want to make mention though, and I've been in seminars since I was in diapers at 21. I wasn't in diapers at 21, picking speech. So since I was in diapers, since I was 21 years old and started this business, my first seminar was April 23rd, 2014. I remember it like it was yesterday because it changed my life, and I had to scrape together the nearly $6,000 to get there. And remembering that $6,000 was a retail price, I got a couple of discounts, and looking at it, realizing, somebody come to me recently and said, $6,000 was a lot of money for a seminar. I heard you say at 21, you scraped together however many thousand it was with your discount to pull it together. And he said, do you regret it? And I said, well, let me ask you this question. If you knew that $6,000 or however many thousand it was going to return in multiplied millions of cash flow, and equity, not to mention the relationships, the growth, the business knowledge that was a result of that first seminar, would I be doing a massive disadvantage to myself, to my younger self, to not do it? And of course, the resounding answer is, of course. And when it comes to the event, we chose to not just make it an event of teaching. We are going to be teaching for 3 days. Leo's going to be teaching a whole bunch of cool stuff, and I'm going to be teaching a whole bunch of cool stuff. And we're going to be showing you how to automate your business and how to attract the right team, and going deeper, even deeper on what we're going to be sharing with you tomorrow. Except we also make it interactive. So not only are you getting the names and numbers of other people who are there, you are also given a workbook, a manual, and there is fillable blanks that you're required to fill out. Not to mention, I like giving away cash. I'm giving away cash tomorrow. And you say, Andrew, I'm not there in person tomorrow. I know. There's Cash App. There's Apple Pay. We got our ways. But we love giving away cash. We give away cash at our events. We give away and have a fun time. But most importantly, it's about the experience. It's about coming there, getting out of your comfort zone, and experiencing the success of others and interacting with them. You're filling out the work manual. We're having a good time together. We usually have a really cool surprise or two. It's not even expected, except the reviews we get is rave, because it's unlike any other event you've ever been to. Now, there's a bunch of cool stuff you're going to get, and I'm going to share that with you. Before I do, though, I'm going to ask you a question. When it comes time to make a change in your life, you know the answer to this, and I want you to be honest with yourself. Are you the type of person who says yes now and figures out how? Are you the type of person who knows where you're trying to head and is willing to do what it takes to get there? If the answer is yes, then this event's for you. However, if the answer is I don't know, well, we want to help you get more decisive. I want to make mention to something that we do this, and I want you to write this down. Why? With a question mark. What's your purpose? When Leo and I launched our businesses together, we made a commitment to one another. We made a commitment that we was going to give big. And I mentioned this, coming up here, we're getting ready to do a really cool giving event as well, giving charity situation as well. Talk to you a little more about that tomorrow. Right now, we're going to give you an opportunity ahead of time. There'll be bonuses tomorrow, because we're going to be actually offering you these tickets tomorrow. But for some of you that are action takers, you're going to go ahead and get them today, and you're going to get all the bonuses that come along tomorrow too, plus some action taker bonuses. August 16, 17, and 18, write those dates down. Leo, tell them a little bit more about what we're doing on the giving side, how we are changing kids' lives.
Yeah. So talking about values, one of me and Andrew's biggest values is giving. So we always give 10% of everything we make in all companies. And something we're doing on June is that what we were able to create in abundance over the past few months, we're doing a big giveaway. Or I guess let's not call it a giveaway. It's a charity event where we're going to feed 25,000 kids of Ukraine. And we're bringing around 200 entrepreneurs families and different people who want to come together and help feed and package those meals in San Francisco. And it's going to be shipped over to Ukraine. And we love to
Type it in the chat, 25,000. Imagine the impact that will have on those kids, 25,000 kids.
So as much as we love to give and help, we also love to celebrate. So that same evening, we're doing one of the biggest parties in Silicon Valley to celebrate life, to celebrate the 25,000 kids that we just fed, and to continue to celebrate giving. And this is just what we do. And this is going to be a similar experience to August 16, 17, 18 at the ReLU event. And I'm so extremely excited for that because you're going to be able to enter our world. Right now, we can't see you guys, right? I can't see all your smiling, beautiful faces. However, I want to. Me and Andrew want to see you. We want to shake your hand. We want to know who you are. We want to know what your challenges are. We want to know what's holding you back. We want to know what your strengths are so we can guide you to where you need to be. And the only way to do that is to come to an event and show up and be there for the 3 days with us. Or maybe we go out to dinner, or we'll be on the golf course together, right? But now we're in the same city, and we're going to be in the same hotel, in the same room for 3 days. So it's that chance to be able to be around us and get.
But just to clarify, we're not going to be in the same hotel room. It's
room.
room.
But yes, it's definitely, we have some really exciting things and excursions in those 3 days of what we're going to be doing. And it's just crazy that the learning and the amount that you're going to be able to learn from this is the inevitable. You're going to be doing deals. You're going to make income. You're going to get what you need from this event for your business. But it's the fact that we're also going to have so much fun and build a network. And I'm going to be able to talk to you. Andrew's going to be able to talk to you. And you're going to be able to talk to all our mastermind members and all our students and the rest of the community who want to be with you, who are looking for people like you, who are looking for action takers, who are working on themselves. We believe so much in serendipity and that things happen at the right time, at the perfect timing. And if you feel that in yourself, then that's where you're going to take action today. When we give you the ability to buy a ticket today, or even tomorrow.
Absolutely. Michelle, if you could go ahead and put that link in there. So what we're doing for 3 days, August 16, 17, and 18, is we are really delving into your business, pulling back the curtain of mine and Leo's companies and the company that I've built over the last nearly decade, and delving in to the way that you can automate your real estate investing business and make this business help you live your dream life, your freedom life. It's what we want for you. And the reason we talk about the giving is because that's what is in our heart. And that's why we do what we do, so we can live our freedom lives and change the lives of others. Giving, I dreamed of the day. I remember, never making over 30 grand in a year before. At 21, when I began to do real estate, I dreamed of the day that I could write a $10,000 or $20,000 check to feed kids, to help victims of sex trafficking, to help change lives of people without having to give it a second thought. And that is one of our deep purposes. The reason we do this, yes, we have fun. We have a blast. You can tell we enjoy this stuff. We love just hanging out, frankly, good point. If you don't want to go to dinner with your acquisitionist, you shouldn't hire them in the first place. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. I love hanging with my team. Leo and I were friends before we was business partners. I love hanging around this guy. It's just fun. We have so much fun, and we love to create impact and give. So some of you know what you need to do. You know what's next. So you've made your decision. No need to wait till tomorrow. You're going to be getting some surprises for signing up early for the 3-day event. And tomorrow I'm going to be doing a cash giveaway in the middle of the day. And we're actually going to be offering you this with the bonuses. Again, whoever invests tonight is going to get all the bonuses.
Let's do this, Andrew. I would say 3 people today who take action, let's you and me call them directly today or tomorrow after the summit, and let's do a coaching call with them.
I'm down. Let's do it.
All
So
right,
for the first 3,
Mhm.
let's do 3. That'll give us time after the summit, and I can still get a good night's sleep
All
because I'm
right.
3 hours ahead of you.
I know.
First 3 of you who invest in yourself tonight, get your tickets. You're not going to pay the retail. It's retail $29.97, retail $3,000 a ticket. You're going to get 2 tickets. You bring a partner or guest. It's $14.97 for 2. $14.97. We're going to show you tomorrow how it's really just a deposit. Quite frankly, you can get it back by not only you have a 30-day money back, but you're also entitled to get it back by putting some action in. And we'll share more about that tomorrow. But $14.97, get your deposit in tonight. Leo and I will be reaching out to you and getting on a one-on-one strategy session with you either tonight or tomorrow, which, by the way, is I normally won't do a strategy session for below $2,500 just because, frankly, it's not the highest and best use of my time and dollar amount, but we want to help you guys get to where you're going. And the more lives we can impact, the more people we can impact.
I did one of those calls with you, and that's how I got started.
Yes, you did.
Did a strategy call, and look at us. So that's why I wanted to give it to be able to re-give that blessing that I got a year and a half ago is we'll sit on the phone with you. We'll see what your challenges are, and we'll see what you need to really do to take off. So I'm excited about that.
And I want to make mention too, we attract like people. And the reason Leo and I work together, as you see from Leo right there, is the authenticity of his heart. He's got such a loving, caring, giving, kind soul. And that's who we attract because that's who we are. And that's who many of you on this Zoom, that's who you are. And that's why you're here. That's how you found us. Serendipity, as my brother would say. And I like that because you're here and you're here for a reason. It's not by accident. So we're going to answer some more questions. Before we do, I'm going to make the reference to you. You know, when the time comes for a change, I remember it was late 2020, 2019, 2020, 2 roughest years of my entire life. And it was December of 2020. I had noticed the opportunity was arising, except a friend of mine, some of you know, my friend Marshall in San Diego, he had posted a post on Facebook and he said these words: "Who wants to have dinner with me tomorrow?" I'm in Louisville, Kentucky, driving. I DM'd him. I said, "Me." He messaged me back, "Message me when you get in town." Now, remember, this is Wednesday night at like 11 p.m. Dinner tomorrow means dinner Thursday at 5 p.m. So I hop a 2 a.m. flight and I fly from Louisville, Kentucky to San Diego, California on a hour's notice. From the time I see the post to the time I buy the ticket is not more than a few minutes. And I do that because I felt something in my heart say it's time for a change. Same thing happened in a different way when I met Ron LeGrand in 2014. And the mentors who have changed my life not long ago, 2022, Leo and I had I'd been mentoring him, and Leo hopped a flight on a moment's notice and flew from San Francisco, California to Louisville, Kentucky, changed his world and quite frankly mine too. And I mention that because when a opportunity presents itself and you know that it's the right thing for you, your life begins to change. From the time I hopped that plane on a moment's notice and flew across the country, in the next 9 months, 7 figures of sales was added to a new business that was created. And I share that because in doing that, that one decision changed everything for me. And when you're faced with those decisions, only you know what the next step is. I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you because this is the beginning. It's your choice. Could be the beginning of some cool knowledge. Could be the beginning of a lifetime relationship, which is my prayer that it is. Because I know people that come into our world, come spend 3 days with us, how their lives are changed. So I'm going to answer some more questions. I'm going to share 2 more things with you to wrap up the day. And then we are going to call it an evening here in about 20 minutes. You have exactly 20 minutes to take advantage of the opportunity to have a free $2,500 strategy session. Quite frankly, it's worth a lot more than that, but that's the value that I won't do it for. Quite frankly, I won't do it for more than that if I don't want to. But we want to do it for you. We want to spend that time on the phone with you and help you. So when it comes to, let's see, Willie's question, 2 more things I'll share. Willie's question first. When making calls, you stated you were talking to 10 sellers a week. Does that mean making 10 calls? Does that mean talking to 10 people or making 10 calls, period? No. So I didn't mention that I was talking to 10 sellers a week. I mentioned that I normally talk to 10 sellers to buy a house across all my marketing platforms. And that is talking to 10 people, actually getting 10 people on the phone. I think it's highly important to get them on the phone because a large number of them you will not get on the phone, like half when you're outbound dialing for sale by owners. Now, tell me why somebody posts their house up for sale, puts their phone number out on the internet, then don't answer their darn phone. I have no idea, but the way it is. All right. Zing. When wholesaling, what would you do if you can't find a cash buyer after you signed an assignment contract? So after you sign a purchase agreement with the seller, if you can't find a buyer, you can either extend the contract, renegotiate the price, or lose your earnest money deposit. Remember, I told you put $10 earnest money deposit. Quite frankly, I'm not going to contract the deal now unless I'm pretty sure I can sell it. And there's going to be no trouble selling it if you're getting a good price on it. If you're contracting it too expensive, that's where the problem comes in to sell it. How old is a house I won't touch? Well, I like houses. The newer, the better. I've only done a couple houses over 100 years old, and they were money pits and nightmares. So preferably, 1940s, 50s and forward is definitely the preference. But again, if you're wholesaling, it doesn't matter. I'm amazed at the number of for sale by owners, Howie said, who don't answer their phone and return calls. Do I call them every day until I answer? Is there a time I give up and focus on? Good question. Call them. If they don't answer, immediately text them. Hi, my name's Howie. I'm interested in buying your house at Maple Street or whatever that is. When do you have a minute to talk? Very specifically say, I'm interested in buying your house at Maple Street. When you have a minute to talk, you can sign off Howie. If you say anything more than that or less than that, hey, I'm Howie, I have questions on your property, immediately they're going to assume you're a realtor chasing them down to list their property. So if you call them with the intent to buy the house, make that very clear. Russ said, I have heard 1968 property is the oldest investment, possibly due to lead-based paint. The regulations are increased. Good notes. Thank you for that, Russ. Howie said, I'm ashamed of myself for not thinking of sending a text. Hey, that's why we hang around each other, because we're all forever students. TR says, send me the dates for August 16, 17, and 18. Through TR, if you purchase the real estate level up event at Ron's boot camp, then yes, you would have tickets to this event. If you just purchased Ron LeGrand's boot camp, then you would not have tickets. If you have questions about that or need understanding on what you do and don't have, shoot an email to info@schlagre.com, info@schlagre, Schlag Real Estate, schlagre.com. And Paul will get you taken care of there and let you know what you do have access to. Good questions. Final 2 pieces of the day. We're going to take actions. When it comes time to level up your life level up your business. This is called the Automated Millionaire Summit. Automated Millionaire Summit for a reason. I want this not to be a permanent hustle. Temporary hustle is fine. I want this to be a business that cares for you. When you do this business like we show you, quite frankly, I don't know anybody who's doing it the way we show them to, who's spending more than a few hours a week in their business. I hear some people out there saying that's a load of crap, except it was for me when I was doing it all myself. When I set up and implemented, write these down if you're taking notes. Number one, a virtual assistant. Leo has found me the best assistant and wonderful help. We are from the Philippines. They run my social media. They run so many aspects of the business. It's unreal. It's amazing. We have an amazing assistant named Aloja, who does so much of the work with us in the team and the company. Get a virtual assistant. Very low cost for the value provided. Tremendous people. They're part of the team, just like somebody who's real life in person, because they're amazing humans, individuals, and families in other country who, the lower cost of living gives them ability to make sense of working for the amount that makes sense for us. So it's a win-win. So number one, get a virtual assistant. Number two, take notes. Pat Live. If you're not using Pat Live to take all of your inbound calls, you need to. All you got to do again is email, and we'll get you the info to sign up for them. When it comes to doing your calls, closing deals, you need a good closing attorney. It's your dream team, guys. Virtual assistant, Pat Live to take your calls, and a great closing attorney can run your entire business. Now, a couple more things. When it comes to buying and selling houses, get you an acquisitionist as soon as possible. We're going to talk a lot more about that tomorrow. Someone on your team who buys and sells houses on your behalf gets a piece of the profit, whatever that looks like, of some sort, and helps you grow, and you help them grow, and everybody wins. You notice I say that because every relationship in my business, I just got a phone with one of my partners. I don't partner often, but I have some amazing partnerships. Leo is an amazing friend of mine, as I've already shared, become one of my closest friends and a fantastic business partner. I have another business partner who's in California. Funny enough, guess my partner's in California. This must just be what I attract. Fantastic people from Cali. And I just got a phone with him on break earlier, and we was talking about a couple of deals that we're working. And it's amazing to me because there's no emotion involved. And I mention this because it is literally about the numbers. I love every time I get to see these guys, I just go to have dinner with them, give them a great big hug. It's so good to see them. And so that's the kind of people I like doing business with. It's the kind of people our community is filled with. I think Judy on here and Glenn and some others. I'm not going to keep naming names because I'm liable to get in trouble. I can't see the list of who all's on here right now, but fantastic, amazing people in our mastermind community. And I love our community. It's the people we attract. People will make your business so much fun. So, number one, write this down. Pick your lead source or sources, 3 minimum. Number two, automate everything ASAP. Below that, I want you to remind yourself of your 3 action steps to launch this business. Get leads, follow up, get contracts. Get leads, follow up, get contracts. After you get the contract, what's your whole business after that? Get leads, buyers, follow up, get checks. That, guys, is the entire business in a nutshell. When it comes down to the pieces of it, Becoming a creative transaction genius means you get good at asking questions. When it comes down to what actually happens in this business, it is all about making sure you're in a place for constant, consistent growth. I want for all of you guys to be able to have left this event after 2 days, tomorrow, 2 days together, the Automated Millionaire Summit, having number one, knowledge to be able to take action on. And number two, I want you to have left this event with a shift here. Now, I've heard people mention, in fact, a guy called me when he found out I was going to my first seminar in Atlanta, Georgia. And this guy called me and he warned me. He said, be careful going to that seminar because they'll try to sell you more stuff, as if it was a bad thing for me. What he didn't realize was that was the greatest service they could have ever done to me, was to sell me more stuff, quote, because the things that I bought, I put into action. And the same people who told me to be careful and not invest in myself and my future are the same people who 3 and 4 years later said, how in the world did you buy 50 houses in a year? Because I invested in myself. I borrowed education. I borrowed knowledge. I borrowed credibility. And I bought the path. I bought the knowledge to be able to integrate this business much faster, way faster than I ever would have been able to do it without it. I want to share with you the mistakes and challenges that I've had in team building. I'm going to share with you the challenges that I've faced in cash flow crunches and all of these pieces that are totally avoidable if you can borrow the experience of someone else. So what we're going to do when we have 3 days together, when you have a deal in front of you, you have to make decisions quickly. This event, the reason I talk about being good to be able to buy stuff, when I talk about the positivity of investing in yourself, when I talk about the positivity of making fast decisions, when we offer first moving action taker bonuses, it's not just to get you to make a decision for us. It is to encourage you to say, I'm going to train my brain to make decisions quickly, because when a deal comes to me, I need to be able to make a decision quickly. Here, it may be a difference of paying $897 for Ron's Pretty House system and getting, thousands of dollars worth of bonuses versus a little bit less bonuses. Here, it may be the decision of investing in Relu. If we have any spaces on the 3 left, if you go on the link and it's open, then there's still a space or 2 left. It may be going and buying your Relu tickets, your real estate level up event tickets. You can wait, see what bonuses all are tomorrow. You can absolutely do that and miss your moment to have a call, a strategy session with me and Leo for absolutely free. Waiting a day costs you a $2,500 strategy session. Is there anything wrong with that? No, except play every ace. I want you to write that down in your notes. Play every ace. When it comes to a house decision, a house recently came to me. The guy wanted $60,000. It was a $120,000 house, and I buy houses virtually all the time. It was last year, and I was excited to go see the house. It's only 15 minutes from mine. So I decided I'd make a decision and truck out to the house the next morning. So I got off the phone and I said, all right, Dan, I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. About an hour later, he texts me. I don't know what made me promise to go see the house the next day instead of contracting it before I got off the phone. I got off the phone, and about 2 hours later, I get a text. He said, no need to come tomorrow. I said, immediately got on the phone with him. I said, Dan, everything okay? What happened? He said, well, I just got a phone with another investor, and he sent me a purchase agreement while we was on the phone, and he's buying it for 58. I said, I thought I was buying it for 60. He goes, I know, but I would rather get a bird in the hand than 2 in the bush tomorrow and wait. You might not even want it when you see it. What the heck? I could have sent out my purchase agreement, but because I waited, I lost out on a $20,000 or $30,000 wholesale deal, or $60,000 or $70,000 long-term profit on a lease option situation, all because I waited. So while today you have decisions to make, I want to encourage you to train your brain to take action now. I want you to be okay with, and remember, every bonus tomorrow you are getting, everybody else gets, plus you get the strategy session. You don't even know what all the bonuses are yet. And I mention this because for so many of us, we've been trained our entire lives to be careful. Money doesn't grow on trees. Except being careful is what kept me broke all these years. Until finally I said, I'm taking a leap. It's do or die. I don't care what it takes, come hell or high water. I'm going to borrow the money. I'm going to ask friends. I'm going to get credit cards. That was my philosophy. I'm not recommending that you do that. I'm telling you what I did. And I got together everything I could and got to a live event that changed my life. And I mention that because for each of you, you're faced with decisions. Many of you are in a better position than I was when I first encountered this. Some of you may not be, but regardless, the time comes when we are faced with decisions, when you have a house in front of you and you have to decide whether you're going to get the contract signed. But what if they say yes? You know, my biggest fear wasn't a failure. I thought it was. My biggest fear was of success. What if the person says yes? Now I got to send a purchase agreement. Then what? Ask good questions. I recently did a TEDx talk on the question that leads to self-discovery. And what I found is, I mentioned earlier about asking good questions to the seller to get to their need. The example I gave, $140,000 ask price, was not that they wanted 140 grand. It was they wanted $5 grand over their debt to move. Same thing happens to ourselves. I think I'm afraid of getting on the phone, except I wasn't afraid of getting on the phone. I was afraid of them saying yes, and I look them like an idiot. I was afraid of them saying yes, and then I have to fill out a contract, and I might get lost, and I'm concerned about that. Except when I said, I have no choice, I'm getting on the phone, do or die, I'm negotiating a deal. I'll say yes now, and I'll figure out how. When I developed that mentality, everything changed. All right. So you have 3 minutes left to get your ticket and your strategy session, your free strategy session. Tomorrow, you will not get the free strategy session, just the other bonuses. So for those of you who know you want to take that action, click the link and get your ticket. I think there's still one spot left. I don't know, either one or two. So there's your opportunity. One more question. What's your favorite phrase for borrowing credibility? Well, that's a twofold answer. Number one, of course, I think you ought to have a mentor. When you're working with mentorship, when you're working with a team, such as myself and my team who've been doing this for nearly a decade, as you are, Russ, I borrow the phrase. I say I'm working with my partner who's been doing this for nearly 10 years. Any questions I can't answer, I'll have him to. So and go back to the big three. Again, I'm just transparent about it. The other part is I constantly refer to the team. You say, well, it's just me and my wife, or it's just me. Okay, well, that's fair enough. Again, borrow the credibility. Go back to my partner who's been doing this longer than I have and use the heck out of that. I'm telling you, me saying that alone paid for the $34,000 I spent on my education in 2014 and much more just by using that phrase. So be okay with taking a jump. Be okay with taking a leap. I don't ever ask you to invest in me. I ask you to invest in yourself. Be okay with taking a chance on yourself. And when I have invested in myself over the years, it's been the highest return on investment I ever could have imagined. So as we bring today to a close, I'll recap. We've covered wholesaling. We've covered buying houses on terms. We covered getting your goals set. Talked briefly about Airbnb. Time did not allow us to go in as deep as I wanted to. We talked a little bit about the 7 categories. Tomorrow, we're coming back. We're doing a cash giveaway. Tomorrow, We are showing you how to have us train your team for you, how to automate your business, how to have consistent lead flow coming in without your intervention. Leo is starting off the morning right about your health, your fitness, and the mindset of growth. All right. So note, all of you VIPs, you'll be getting a recording of this. I don't know when it will go out. TR asked, are we able to rewatch this tonight? If you're a VIP, you will get the recording. I don't know how long it takes to upload. So message the team at the email I gave you earlier, and they can let you know when that recording will be ready for you VIPs. You guys are awesome. Thanks for being here. Tomorrow is even going to be better. I will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. for my West Coast folks. Have a wonderful night.